ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် 1x ဘက်မှထိပ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု 1x ဘက်ကစားသူများ 1x ဘက်ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲ
Hopefully this starts soon. It's supposed to start at 3 p.m. but I don't know.
ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် 1x ဘက်မှထိပ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု 1x ဘက်ကစားသူများ 1x ဘက်ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲ
CYC Silence V Project X.
ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့
Every time
ကျေ
this
ဝင်များ
ad
ကို
goes
ကြိုဆို
away,
လို
I
က်ကြ
think
ရ
the
အောင်
game's about to start.
1x ဘက်မှထိပ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါ
Hello,
အ
hello.
ကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု 1x ဘက်ကစားသူများ
And by everyone, I mean one guy.
ဒါသင်ရဲ့
Lurks.
pick ပဲ
How are you doing? Hopefully this starts. I mean, I don't think we have Interactive Philippines and Ascent Esports. I don't think these teams have any other matches going on. And it is 3 p.m. Singaporean time. Rather, I think it's 6 p.m. Wait, actually, I'll just have to quickly check.
ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် 1x ဘက်မှထိပ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များ
Okay, so it's supposed to be OG versus MongolZ. Okay,
အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုး
so
မှု
I should really change
အကောင်း
that
ဆုံးအ
one
လေ
up.
လံ Zeus
One second, it will
အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါ
have to.
အကောင်းဆုံးကစားသ
Oh,
မားစု
thank you for the follow.
1x ဘက်ကစားသူများ
I'm not sure
1x ဘက်ဒါသင်ရဲ့
it
pick ပဲ
didn't come on my screen, unfortunately. Well, 1 second, I will change this because it is going to be OG versus MongolZ. Thank you for the follow, Roy Claro. I hope that's how you pronounce it. I'm just quickly editing the team names because it is going to be, we're actually going to see the strongest teams compete right now. It is going to be OG versus
제도 비비 연예인야의 제위냐고 조솔라자야 원 엑스페마 데이터스냐고 야유타도 도타 두이 히로냐 강성 대상무 한쪽 란자 강성 방부무 마스
Okay, there we go.
강성 알레라 수스 오 나파시고 솔로라바 강성 그자마시 원 엑스페트 자드냐 원 엑스페트
And hopefully this starts. I mean, okay, so since it is OG and MongolZ, perhaps they might have some other magic going on, but I really don't think so because this is the prize pool for this tournament is $70,000, so they should be starting anytime soon, sometime soon, hopefully. Of course, guys, for those of you who don't know, OG actually has a new roster, right? So let's actually take a look at their roster. Where is it? OG? Where is OG? So this is OG, right? So they have a player from Thailand, 23 Savage, obviously you all know him. You have 9 from Germany, you have Seb from France, and then you have X Nova from Malaysia. And their last player is undecided. Wait. Surely there's going to be someone playing. Is it going to be Ari? He is inactive, but he is positioned as their position 4. Right, I hope you guys can see this. I actually want to see how Team MongolZ have been doing so far, right? And this is a team that is honestly, even though, like, don't let this fool you, right? The Mongolian Esports Association has actually taken off quite a lot in the past few years, because you can see this gap, right? 2017, 2025. Right now, the Mongols are an incredibly strong team in Counter-Strike, and they're an incredibly strong team in Dota right now, and they're looking to actually take the scene by storm, right? They're competing. Win in the Asia Pro League Season 1, right? They came in first, and in the Southeast Asian qualifiers for Fisher Playground, they came third, right? Obviously, not winning out on a lot of these qualifiers, but they did, you know, ROG Masters. So this is looking up and up if you look at this trajectory right here, right? Okay, so here, 9th and 16th position, and now you're closing out on the 4th position. You went from the Southeast Asia Open qualifiers, right, in ESL1 for ESL1 Bangkok. You did horribly, and then a year later, not even a year later, right, a few months later, this is like 2 months later, you are now you achieved 4th position in the ESL1 Raleigh Southeast Asian close qualifiers. So that is actually a massive improvement, right? If they continue to perform, if they continue to improve, I'm sure that they'll actually have a lot more success. Let's see. Where are we? Okay, let's see. MongolZ, Entity Gaming. Okay, so Entity Gaming 2-1-2-0. So they haven't had that great of a showing, of course, but you know, they are relatively new, I would say. At least this roster that we are seeing here, right? Join dates of November, their position 3, 4, and 5, right? They have, I would say, a great coach as well. Who is their coach? I remember it was Costream who was their coach, and now is he playing? And you obviously have CDR and Wonderboy as well, who have apparently left. But if you take a look over here, so yeah, so their position 1 and 2 are Q and Bob. But let's see what they do. I mean, OG is one of the veterans, right? You have this name right here. You have No Tail. Oops, sorry. You have No Tail, who's, you know, just an overall beast. Probably one of the most celebrated players in, I would say, the later parts of after, I would say, 2017, 2018. Right before that, it was obviously Dendi. But yeah, I want to see what heroes they actually play with. Okay, so matches. Earth Spirit, one of the most played heroes by far. Actually, so 87 matches without one. 1% win rate, that's not that bad, especially considering the amount of matches you've played with that hero. But overall, I'm not seeing a hero that they absolutely dominate with, right? 70% win rate with the Bloodseeker, 70% win rate with the Puck. Now that's good, right? Especially if you pair both of these heroes up. You have 63% win rate with the Huskar and the Bane. 63% win rate with the Omni Knight, but you don't really want to be playing that Omni Knight. Okay, let's... Most banned heroes, a Night Stalker. Okay, and this is a hero that Southeast Asian teams really do not like playing against. Batrider does very well on that position 4, position 5 role. We're seeing a lot of the Batrider this tournament, right? If we take a look towards the Asian Dragon Series, the total buff for the tournament itself, you know, there we go. 41% pick rate across the tournament, has an abysmally low win rate though, at only 36%, but teams really want this hero, right? A lot of the times the pick to win percentage, the direct correlation is not that effective, because what the hero can offer is just a lot more, right? And it's almost never going to be a position where, you know, you're losing because you're Batrider. He has one of the easier toolkits to set up, to initiate with, and what's important is how your team follows up, right? So if you like the follow-up, then your win rate is going to be like this. If you do have that good of a follow-up, then your win rate is obviously going to be a lot higher. But taking a look at this tournament, MongolZ, and keeping in mind, guys, MongolZ didn't actually lose out on a single, I believe, like not a single. Actually, they dropped 2 games to Team YG yesterday when I casted Team Ascent versus Team Teamless, and because YG had lost to Ascent, right, and to Team Teamless, who, by the way, MongolZ 2-0 very easily. Both of these games were stomps. Both of these games were stomps as well. But somehow, Yangon Galacticos, they managed to beat Team MongolZ in 23 minutes. I really want to see this game. I don't know what happened here. Yangon Galacticos. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. They have Malrine play. They have Malrine playing in their squad? No, they don't. Then what was Malrine doing here? That was Malrine is playing in Last Slam. I saw him playing Last Slam yesterday. Perhaps it was a stand-in. I'm not really sure. Or if I think this is a different Malrine. Yeah, this is a different Malrine. It's not the same Malrine. But damn, I mean, you lost the mid with a tiny against the Magnus. Sure, you can get skewered in, but did he end up dying? Yeah, he died in the laning phase. He died twice in the laning phase, thrice in the laning phase. 9 minutes, okay, almost towards the end of the laning phase, he died. So he died a total of 4 times in that laning phase. Malrine from Team Yangon, he absolutely destroyed this tiny. Perhaps Bob was just having not that great of a game. But I mean, it can happen, right? But I did not expect MongolZ to be losing out against Yangon this badly. And it's unfortunate, right? Because Yangon Galacticos didn't even make it into the playoffs despite defeating what was supposed to be the strongest competitor. That is unfortunate for these guys, but I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? You wanted to at least it was best of two, so you wanted to be drawing out on some of these series, but you just did not were not able to make that happen. Damn. Perhaps we can before I know the game. Yeah, Costream, we will be casting OG. I'm just waiting for the match to start, right? So I'm going to be casting, as you can see here, OG versus the MongolZ. Right, it's an exciting match. I have been looking forward to this one. I was casting the group stages, right? Today is the official playoff stage. All right, definitely, man. I hope to see you. Don't forget to follow so you know when the match is gonna start. I would definitely appreciate that one. Right now, we're just doing a bit of theory crafting before the match starts. Oh, nice, thank you. Yeah, so a bit of theory crafting before the match starts, right? Because this is a game where I mean I want to see what OG can do. I know they've had a really rough start, and now they've actually ventured into the Southeast Asian scene, right? Previously they were an exclusively European organization, as you may know. But I want to see what they do this time around. Yeah, thank you, bud, and I hope you enjoy the cast when the match actually starts. So I want to, coming back to Yangon Galacticos, I want to see what exactly happened here. If we can find a quick stream for this match, perhaps then that would answer some of our questions. Let's see, where can we watch the match? Okay, so I don't think we'll be able to. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to. That is unfortunate. Meanwhile, over in the previous series, they did Execration actually 2-0'd Team Ivory. I know this isn't visible here, but it's visible over here. And this was the big thing, right? Execration and Team OG were the invited teams. And I wanted to see how some of the up-and-coming teams from the Southeast Asian region were going to do against both of these top-tier teams, right? Especially considering the Team Ivory themselves, they had an even better run in the group stages than the MongolZ, 2-0ing every single team out there. Or rather 2-0ing Team Essence and Team Caterpillar, which were the stronger ones in their group, and they did go 1-1 with Team Interactive Philippines. Interactive Philippines, of course, had a slightly worse off start, so they weren't able to play over here in the upper bracket, and they are now playing in that lower bracket. And I wonder if we're going to have a rematch between Interactive Philippines and Team Essence, right? Because I casted that game. It is on my Twitch in the recent broadcast, right, from I believe 2 days ago, so you guys can check that one out. It was 2 matches. Where let me see, let me try to find it. Here we go. It was 2 matches, 57 minutes long. A Medusa versus a Dragon Knight, right? And that was an insane match to watch. The next one obviously wasn't as good because of this little hero that Team Team Essence picked up for themselves, right? So the Lycan carry, I just wasn't sure about that one. The Lycan carry just not that great. But meanwhile, I will have to fix the, just 1 second, give me 1 quick second, guys. I will have to move to top. Okay, so yeah, I'll just fix that. Yeah, hopefully I actually want to see a rematch between both of these teams. It was quite exhilarating. It was actually went really back and forth, and I actually want to see how far Team Interactive Philippines go. Right, I'm predicting that they'll probably reach the semi-finals. Right, it is going to be difficult against Team Ascent. Right, Team Ascent has been doing, I would say, reasonably well. Right, even though they did lose out in an 0-2 fashion against both Team Teamless and Team MongolZ. The way that they played, particularly again in this game, right, we see 51 minute game. They had that morphling up, and for the vast majority of that game, Ascent were actually super ahead. But obviously they did not manage to close that one out. Of course, for those of you who are not familiar with my casting, I'm in the CCT series. I'm doing a few local tournaments. I'm doing a MENA tournament as well, a Middle Eastern North African tournament, and I hope to be covering the German Dota scene, the Reincarnation series after the 10th, and then after the 20th I have the Irish Dota League. So a lot of national level Dota that I will be covering. That's going to be interesting. Hopefully this one starts. I'm going to be right back, guys. I will just grab myself a cup of tea, and I will hope to see you guys in a bit as soon as this match starts. And obviously we'll try to find a few replays to keep ourselves busy during that time. Let me just see. Yeah, I will be right back, guys. As soon as this starts, hopefully. I mean, it is the time given is it is. I suppose there are a few delays. The production has been on point though, so it's most likely, you know, someone from the team is probably not running a bit late, and it is the playoff stage, so you're not going to. Ideally, you wouldn't want to be giving any, I would say, any, you know, free wins away. But so we will see this match, but it is exciting one. Be right back.
When I spam up, take this in Yago Yutadu, Dota 2 Hero. Gons on Tesamu, Hunton Lanza, Gons on Bamboo, Mossy, Gons on Lila, Zeus. Oh, Napasco Suluraba. Gons on the other machine. One expert is Admia. One expert. The thing a big pay. When I spam up, take this in Yago Yutadu, Dota 2 Hero. Gons on Tesamu, Hunton Lanza, Gons on Bamboo, Mossy, Gons on Lila, Zeus. Oh, Napasco Suluraba. Gons on the other machine. One expert is Admia. One expert. The thing a big pay. ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One Expert မှာထိပ်တန်းဆုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunton Lanza အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One Expert ကစားသူများ One Expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One Expert မှာထိပ်တန်းဆုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunton Lanza အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One Expert ကစားသူများ One Expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One Expert မှာထိပ်တန်းဆုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunton Lanza အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One Expert ကစားသူများ One Expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲ
Hey guys, I am back with some D.
ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One Expert မှာထိပ်တန်းဆုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunton Lanza အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါ
Is this supposed to start in an hour?
One Expert
That would make so much sense.
One Expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲ
I will send you. Okay, I mean, while we wait, let's just look at some of the replays of Team Mongols. Dota 2 against Yangon. Yeah, let's look at this actually. I want to see how they did. Castaway, tier 1 or tier 2 South African player. A very interesting initiation from that Phantom Assassin. I don't think he's going to be able to get that kill. On towards the Beastmaster, and yeah, this explains a lot. I'm not sure what they were thinking. You have to poke and prod with that Phantom Assassin, with that Stifling Dagger a bit before you can take some of these kills, and just not being able to do that. Will they find the kill here? Okay, yeah, they will. Zoran will be able to grab that one up. Oh man. Phoenix dive, but he probably won't be able to find anything other than a courier. So far, Mongols in this series early game did not do that well. Skewer into the tower. The no more rolling boulder up for Bob as well. I think I'm finally starting to see why Mongols lost out on this series. I think their wins against Team Teamless and Team Ascent kind of went to their head because they made some very ambitious plays in their series against Team YG.
Dire are scanning.
Let me just fix something for you guys so you're not all confused about this. 1 second, just give me 1 second.
Are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There we go, guys. Just so that you're not all confused, we will be casting OG versus Team Mongols once that one starts. I'm just waiting for it. Until then, we have this nice little match for you guys. Of course, I will just open up the... Okay, so it's supposed... Okay, so I just got word from the tournament organizers, and looks like it is going to be at
Radiant structures are fortified.
8 p.m. SGT. Okay, so it's going to be in an hour. Okay. So the next match is going to start in an hour. So we have quite literally an hour to go through. If some of you guys want to take a break and come back in, that would be nice. If you guys want to hang out here, that is also great.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna fix the replay for you. Let me just... Yeah. Hello Shinobi, how are you doing? So far I haven't really seen Team YG dominate the way that you know, I saw in the Dota buff. This match was supposedly supposedly was quite ahead in their favor. And Team YG, I mean, it seems like Mongols actually were putting up quite a bit of a fight. I mean, they even got the Aegis here. So I'm not sure what went wrong for these guys. Of course, these are the highlights, so we're going to go in bits over here. Hello, Saad. How are you? How's the UK? Oh, missing the RP. Gyrocopter, quick and easy cleanup. Looks like Lich will also fall. So far ahead, Mongols are pretty ahead in this game. I'm not sure. Not sure what went wrong for them. KSH going to be going for that silver edge is. I have a feeling that this Phantom Assassin, it was either a dieback or he died without that buyback. The Morphling straight up bursted him down once that came about. Okay, roll in. Earth Spirit dealing a lot of damage. And so far, Yangon not being able to mount anything up. Gyrocopter falls, the Morphling falls, a 4-man wipe from Team Mongols, and 7,000 net worth lead up at 26 minutes. How could they have possibly lost this one?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, let's see. Okay, Bob falling over here. The first team fight in a while where things have not gone their way. The Gold League does swing 3,000 in favor of Team YG. And this Phantom Assassin, does he not have BKB? The stun will hit. Frost Chain to come out as well. Phantom Assassin trying to fight back, will end up dying. It's down now for 70 seconds. And it looks like the Grimstroke will also die. So after a 7,000 net worth lead, with the Aegis in their hand, a botched initiation, and suddenly the net worth lead just swings the other way. And 19 right now. Ricky jump in and a very easy kill onto Sun Wukong. Still though, I'm not seeing why Mongols lost this one. Of course, the objectives were not in their favor at any point. The tier 2 towers, they just weren't able to start pushing.
Bottom tower has fallen.
DJ, he could potentially just solo kill this Lich. I'm not sure why he's not going for this one. The Lich does not have that detection. I'm sure the Morphling doesn't either. Yeah, and yeah, he pretty much just solo kills the Lich here. But again, insignificant kill for a support at this stage.
Where's my pension?
Phantom Assassin. Link on towards the Gyrocopter. The bash to come out too. So that means Skill Lay, he's going to die. 650 gold from a support. That's interesting. Again, 624 gold. I'm not sure what this Gyrocopter did to be having that much net worth. Morphling, the RP to come out, the reversal. We were back in. Of course, they didn't manage to catch the Phantom Assassin in that one as he wasn't there. So it's just going to be a disengagement for now. Still very neck and neck game for both of these sides. Skill Day obviously is going to fall, and he doesn't even have that many items, so I'm not sure how he gives away so much gold. Perhaps it's just he's only 10,000 in net worth too. Oh man. Okay, where are you? Oh wow, that was a very nice RP cancel. Of course, he will TP out too. So overall, I would say that Mongols, They could have won and won this series. Instead, they lost out 0-2. Of course, this is game number 2. After this, we'll check out a bit of game number 1 as well. Okay, the RB, the Phantom Assassin, the BKB is running out right now. He hasn't been able to do any sort of damage. Was just stuck in that RB. Now that the BKB's run out, the Silver Edge onto him, the Chain Frost too. And this is probably why they lost this fight right outside of their base. The 3 buybacks to actually come out right now without that Phantom Assassin. A very, I would say, lackluster decision being made from the Mongols right now. If you don't have the PA, you have that tier 2 tower. So why are you so afraid of Team YG's ability to push that high ground? They wouldn't have had that much time, and you could have always just bought back afterwards. Perhaps they wanted to play around that egg, but another, I would say, lackluster decision coming out from DJ.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Okay. Rax push. At the same time, the Ricky not having that buyback, they did expend it. None of them actually do. The Bob is going to actually end up jumping in. The Phantom Assassin has respawned. He's going to come back in now, but there's no more BKB. Castaway is just going to collapse right now. JG has that egg. Phantom Assassin blink in, will clean up that Beastmaster. Will they be able to get KSH down? They will. No Morphling. A nice high ground defense with the respawn of that Phantom Assassin.
Are scanning.
Again, still in this game. I think it came down to a bad team fight loss. And yeah, I think that was probably it. KSB. Okay. Oh, the wraparound. But there is a double damage and there is a Divine Rapier. The RP is going to catch the Phantom Assassin though. A double RP, in fact. The Chain Frost to come out and he's just lost his Rapier. And that's probably going to go in the way of that Morphling, right? And what do you do from here? If you look at the buybacks, does the Phantom Assassin have it? He doesn't. So this is the end of this game, I believe. Yeah, we're almost towards the end right now, folks. It's always the Rapier drop that loses you when you're the Phantom Assassin. Other than that, I mean, a 40-minute game, the Phantom Assassin should be doing pretty well. But very nicely played by this Magnus, by Young PH to that double RP on that Phantom Assassin. I mean, that was just clutch, honestly. Of course, for those of you who are tuning in, this is not OG versus the Mongols quite just yet. We will be casting that. I will be casting that once that match starts. It's going to take about an hour. So if you guys want, you can leave a follow on the channel, right? And then you can probably just come back to the channel if you want to be watching OG versus the Mongols. So that was okay. So let's try and find game number 1. Let's see. Actually, let's go to the ADSCC, right? Epic Echo. They are the organizers. I want to see where the Mongols actually came about. Let's see. Group A. No, these are group stages, which I have already done. Where is the playoff? 1 day ago. Okay, so Group A matches. No. Group B. Yeah, so this is probably it, right? Okay, here we go. This should be. Yeah, here we go, guys. So and this is probably going to be a long one, and for a good reason. We can There we go. Let me just make sure the quality is up to par. Yeah, it is. So let's see what happened here between both of these sides. Of course, I will skip portions of this, right, because this is just a replay. Yeah, those are quite a lot of deaths they're giving away. And I thought there was a Magnus in this game. Right? Mongols versus is Yang. Oh, this isn't Yang on Galacticos actually. Sorry about that one. Teamless versus Mongols. What is this one? No, this is also Teamless versus Mongols. Let's see, Teamless versus Mongol. No, this is all Teamless versus Mongols. I want to see when they played against Team Yangon. If any of you know when that one happened, let me know. No. Let's see. Mongols versus Ascent. No, so this is not it. Group B as it heats up. Yeah, I think this is the one. This should be the one. Yep, there. No, wait. Ascent, Yangon Galactic. No, this is not the one. Let's see. Is it this one? I don't think so. Nope, this is not the one. So I actually can't find. I don't think I can find it. Unfortunately, I cannot find it. Mongols versus Ascent, because like here guys, see, Mongols versus Ascent. When did this take place? February 6th. Okay, and February 6th was obviously yesterday. So day 1, day 2, this should be, nope. Group A. It's here, right? This was 16 hours ago. This was the 6th of February. I'm not sure.
Also, Invoker did a good job of picking off heroes and
Unless
Caterpillar. The egg positioning,
nah.
egg positioning at the beginning of the game.
Well, I mean, at least we can. Let's see how how execration did actually. Let's see.
Plus the Mirana with the lead, so let's see.
Go to the lane, but right now, both teams are actually small.
Oh, so there we go.
We will see Ivory
This is
getting,
wait, let me just look at this. OG versus Interactive Philippines. Right, this takes place tomorrow. This happened today. This is what I'm going to cost. And I don't know why, but this man, we started off today with, I believe, MongolZ and Yang and Galacticos, right? No, it was still Ivory versus Execration. Okay, well, I did want to see how Execration wanted to do. Let's see. But the logo, it's not Execration. It is it? No, this looks a lot like the MongolZ logo, and this looks like YG. But the players are all Ivory and Execration.
Block
nice
perk,
body
block
block from
grenade has
Rubido.
been thrown
Oh
out.
my goodness.
This is
Rubido.
wild.
Rubido doing a
But
lot.
let's see. I mean, this is it has to be Ivory versus Execration, right?
They will try to chase this Doom as
Let's see.
well. Doom might be
Oh no, he's
bigger.
getting body blocked. Oh my goodness.
That's 2 kills on the board right now for Execration. Execration having a good start right here.
Yeah, that's a really awesome start. And
Execration already getting 2 kills right off the bat before the game even begins. Puck versus Ember. The Puck should be having a wonderful time. I mean, although I say that, it's very difficult to dodge out that slide of fist with that phase shift. And if you get hit by the slide of fist, right, you get hit by the Searing Chain as well. And that is a very easy spell to just phase shift out of, honestly. Wonder if he'll be going for his Flame Shield, Ember Shield, rather than the Searing Chains, because the chains are not really that good. Meanwhile, on that top side, you have Akashi playing a carry Night Stalker. So I saw the carry Lycan in this tournament, and now I'm seeing a carry Night Stalker. Interesting decision making, drafting decision making rather.
On the bottom lane, we're gonna switch this out. Shanks might be in danger, getting burned up
he's
by
dead.
Almost just one. Okay, yeah, he's gonna pick that one up.
That's the last pick actually from that.
Is it going to come at a cost though? The Shockwave should be out, but the Phantom Assassin is going to come in and aid that Phoenix, so he's going to be perfectly safe.
Early on, so there's not gonna be a kill other than the Mirana getting killed.
Oh man.
Here by Phoenix.
And the position 4 Mirana, I remember when the facets came out, the position 4 Mirana, the talents as well. The damage increase from the talent that you get with the Moonlight Shadow, or actually no, I don't remember what the other one is called, right? The daytime one, that was really strong. But usually you would have played this Mirana in a core position because of that buff, but position 4, not too sure about this. I mean, you have heroes that do so much more on that position 4 role. The position 4 role has become so super important in Dota now.
It's not. Ivory is not making it easy for Execration after getting that double kill. And what a play here on the top lane, DLRC, or I think that's Drick.
Oops.
Who was able to hit those 2 shots. Yeah, but
There we go.
Still able to catch up for a little bit of gold here for Ivory.
Let's see.
But what I'm really looking
Last
forward
hits
to
wise,
is
Puck
this
not doing too
rotation.
good though, I will have to say.
Mark, or
And his Ember Spirit actually went for those Searing Chains, so did not go for that,
turn things
I
around
would
for
say
Execration,
the
especially with this hook shots.
Top lane.
the Flame Shield. Top side,
Danger right here. Will
Lich will end up falling. So overall, both of these teams, the laning phase is going, I suppose, how they want it to go. I would say that Execration, they're a bit further behind, right? Sure, you're getting a lot of kills on this Night Stalker, but you have a Phantom Assassin that is most likely going to be getting that break mechanism later on. So you won't be playing with that increased attack speed, you won't be playing with that increased movement speed, even if it is the nighttime, right? So I'm not sure what Ivory's plan was going to be,
I'm not really looking forward
if they even thought about a contingency. I mean,
safe lane to get any more kills other than that. So it's really up
I mean, if
how they can
Execration thought of that
contingency.
contingency.
Clockwork can easily roam around because Doom doesn't really need any kind of assistance because of his high HP. But Shank,
Ken?
Getting the blood grenade.
Falling
out.
very low. Oh, the Dream Coil, it will land, and that's
Oh,
going
what
to
a
be
play.
Lewis to pick that one up.
Jeez, oh my goodness. He's like,
Nice
yeah, I
shot.
know you're gonna do that. Oh, is he gonna kill himself? No.
The return taunt
Just
from
messing up,
Shanks.
Yeah, just teasing out Ember.
Yeah.
But looking
my
at the
goodness, what
look,
a
I
play.
actually saw. But on the other lanes, that's gonna be Clockwork falling down on the bottom lane. There's
Oh
gonna
wow,
be another,
Hero's dying all over.
initiation, but, oh, nice
Yeah,
shot.
he's gonna take out
Yeah,
Akashi.
in danger.
The safe
Yeah,
lane
first-
of
first
Night
wood
Stalker
kill,
not
Night
really
Stalker,
working
and
out. I mean, if you go towards the safe lane and you pick the facet in the night that gives you that nighttime in the first 5 minutes and you still lose the lane, I'm not sure how you play with the Night Stalker later on. But Execution did win this game, so I'm not sure if it was at the back of that RP or Dream Coil play. They do have a lot of magical damage. They have a lot of synergy as well. If you look, you can plant the RP or you can even use the coil to set up for the RP. And then the Night Stalker silence comes in handy, the Lit Chain Frost to come out. So I can see a lot of synergy there.
or pull,
But there's also a lot of jaunt
have
away from the side of Team Ivory, right?
the skill.
You have the Ember Spirit who can remnant away. You have the Clockwork as well with those cogs. You have that Phoenix who probably isn't going to be getting caught with that RP unless he's super out of position. And you have that Phantom Assassin who can blink out. So against a lineup which synergizes on control, Ivory have a decent amount to negate that control. So what ended up going wrong is what I want to be seeing.
Also possibly because of the Doom. Well, it's not that easily predicted where the John or where the orb is coming from.
Hello,
It's
Mogd.
easier for-
Hope
or
you're
for the to
doing well.
Anticipate where the puck is going.
Just a quick update for you. This is not OG versus the Mongols. This is a replay, as you can probably see on your screen. I will be casting OG versus the Mongols in about an hour. So, if you want to be prepared for that one, be sure to hit that follow button if you want. It should be a good game, right? Because I have been looking forward to seeing OG versus the Mongols for quite some time, particularly with their new Southeast Asian roster.
Caliber action early game, but more of a farming late game scenarios. But I believe that's only for Ivory. Oh, RP, first RP of the game.
Okay. Phantom Assassin.
Dream Coil.
We would end up falling to Lewis. And this puck, yeah, I have a feeling it was because of this puck that things got kind of out of hand.
Not much to TP to, or to blink to, basically. The creeps were actually held back under the
Meanwhile, though,
tower, so there's no
Tino.
way but fight, for PA. Might get a
On
kill,
that
but
Magnus.
that's gonna be a hard
And
one.
Grimm's on that position 5 Phoenix. Now I do see a lot of teams going for that position 5 Phoenix. I'm just not sure
Been already used.
why, because I really do not like that position 5 Phoenix. I think the position 4 Phoenix or even the offlane Phoenix just does so much better. You want items, right? You want that, particularly that Shiva's Guard and that Vessel. Those two items on that Phoenix do super well. But when you're playing that position 5,
Actually, it's most
I don't see how you go for those items, right? So then this probably over for Team Ivory. The Doom's going to be going for that Shiva's Guard.
The network's still on side of execration, but Ivory is also.
Hey Sharpo, hope you're doing well. Welcome
As I
to
mentioned
the
earlier,
channel.
more of a mid-game to late game.
Of course, just a reminder for you too. I have been giving these reminders out. OG versus the Mongols is due to start in about an hour. So if you want, you can leave a follow and then you can probably just tune back in, or you can watch some of this replay action. I'm basically just going over what
What a lucky shot for
so there are 2 playoff matches, right? 2 invited teams. There was team
at the back.
OG invited, which we're going to see in an hour against the Mongols, and then there was this match, right? There was Team Ivory versus Team Execution, Execution being the invited team, and I just wanted to give a rundown on how Execution did.
Farming quietly.
So far though, Team Ivory, just to bring you up to date with the groups, all of you up to date with the group stages, Team Ivory did not lose a single match in the group stage, and did it incredibly well. But they lost 2-0 to Execution in what is supposed to be a best of 3. So, and they're doing pretty well, right? All things considered. So I want to see why exactly they ended up losing.
on the towers as Magnus is
Kashi
trying to get
does not have the ultimate, is waiting for some of these creeps to give him that XP. Ivory are not denying the creeps either. You want to be taking away that XP gain from that Night Stalker, who will get his level 6.
there goes
Are they going to play it at the back of it? Still doesn't have it though, unfortunately. I don't think the creeps gave enough XP towards him.
of the tower range right here.
And the Phantom Assassin is just going to go towards the other side.
If
The
you can
RP
catch
to come
someone
out, the
who
arrow to
likes
follow,
the
and
arrow
a
with
dead
fireball,
Grims.
but will still secure that kill on the side of Execration. Well, as I
Okay.
was saying, Phoenix can really disrupt someone or anyone who pushes the tower with the fire spirits with a reduced attack speed. can really mess
I
with
do
someone.
really like this. I don't have a single voice line, by the
Doesn't
way.
have enough attack speed, so
And I have a feeling all these
and
voice lines in Dota are just
whoever
designed to
really
taunt. But mid-side, Ember Spirit was not having the greatest of
getting
games,
away.
and it's just going to get worse.
Layering of skills right there to TD. Actually, I was
The Ascension being popped out for that one, and is this Night Stalker going for a Hand of Midas?
but he actually waited
There's going to be an interesting decision considering the fact that Phantom Assassin is going to go for that Battle Fury, so
crippling.
I'm not sure
That's
how
why
that's going to work out for them.
that perfect
Meanwhile, applying a lot of pressure on this mid-side tower. So Team Execration, they had this battle plan where they wanted to be just steamrolling down the other side. I suppose Team Ivory weren't able to build up the space for this Phantom Assassin to farm up. As it looks like Aizen, he might just end up going down over here. Mirana leaps onto the cliff. The arrow is going to hit him as well. The shockwave to finish him off. Tino
hitting him at the side.
securing that kill.
Headshot.
So overall, I mean, Lewis getting a kill onto Drake as well. It's just Execution just going all across the map and fighting all sorts of these kills. Even if you get the Lich here, it's just damage control at this point because you're expending. You use 3 heroes to get this done, 2 cores and 1 support. Meanwhile, your position 1 died and your position 4 Clockwork died. That's just not worth it.
on the middle lane. Doom is
Won't be able to apply as much pressure on towards this tower either because
gonna go ahead and
I mean, Execution should just be looking to defend this, right? Yeah, the TPs are coming in right now. Mirana is here as well, but looks like Ivory want to actually take a fight. The Doom being expended on the Mirana, the egg to come out, and that should force Execution back. But it looks like they want to be popping down that egg. It won't be possible as the puck phase shifted at the last hit, but the Night Stalker is here.
crippling fear button.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, they're just going to just force it back away.
Just gonna go back 3 down for the side of the Execration.
Of course, guys, I'm not going all out on the casting here because I have to save a lot of my energy for OG versus the Mongols. That's going to be a very hype match, right? So that's why I'm a bit low. I'm a bit chill right now.
The hook shot plus the Doom, there's really no way that you can run if you're inside of the cogs because
Of course, if you guys do have seen my casting before, or if you guys want to check it out, I do a lot of tournaments here and there. And I will be doing OG versus the Mongols as well. So do hit that follow button and you guys can check that one out. It's due to start in an hour, or actually less than it should be less than an hour. Yeah, it's due to start in around 40 minutes, right? And we're going to just straight jump into that one as soon as it starts.
So they got punished instantly, and that's a 3-4 nil kill.
Dark Ascension being popped out
Doom is in danger.
will get the kill on towards the Doom. Very easy, very simple. Okay, let's see. Let's fast forward this up a bit because it is the transition away from the laning phase to the
To play the game to know
I would say early to mid game. Clockwork hookshot, nicely done by Drake. Will hold the Night Stalker in place, and it doesn't seem like Akashi will be able to go anywhere.
defeats and stand
Will end up dying.
with a sleight of fist. Ken will secure the kill. Well, as I was saying, bro, that time, that era where there's no disable meter, that's where all the veterans or all the newbies.
I don't think they wish to retract their last move. Their last move was literally taking down your position 1.
Dota seems like Valve either make it much more easier for, especially
3, 2, and 4 right now. And again, it's still a very neck and neck even game.
really miss that era though.
The Phantom Assassin is free farming, so probably it was in the end just a better overall execution from Execration. just using their
As a
abilities
veteran as well,
very well,
that's
right?
no excuse for you to miss
They outmaneuvered Ivory in the sense that sure you have all of this mobility from Team Ivory from the Radiant side, but I don't think they were able to capitalize on that. I think Execration just initiated just so much better.
You just know when the
At least that's my prediction. I actually haven't seen this match. I don't know how it plays out,
yeah,
but
I think those
that's
so for
just
you kids out there
me
who
theory
are trying to
crafting,
play
right?
Dota,
I do
or
professional
almost
analysis, so
years
I'm
playing
just
Dota when it was
um
way much harder.
that's where I see this game going,
Yeah,
right?
it's actually easier. Much easier
Obviously
right
with
now.
the additional information that I know who won, right?
God, this
So obviously that does feed into it
there's
quite a
no
lot.
tutorial. You need to learn from experience, and yes, what I've said,
Hey guys, so
you're up
to
late,
everyone who is tuning in right now, Shinobi, Curtis, how are you guys?
That's true.
Uh,
That's why I love Dota.
If you guys have any predictions, we're still 40 minutes away. If you have any predictions for OG versus the Mongols, do let me know who you think is going to be winning that series. It is going to be a best of 3. Whoever wins is going to be going ahead into the upper bracket finals. Not the grand finals, but the upper bracket finals.
it is,
And then whoever loses out on that is going to be dropping down.
you just play feeling like 10 games in a row Dota,
So it's today was the upper bracket playoffs.
As we're moving forward, Ember Spirit
Still though, smoke up. The smoke is going to break Mirana to spot that one out.
there, but Shank's reaction
Is he just going to go back?
not available. He will
But the clockwork hook shot is going to be there. It is the support position for Mirana, so it's not really all that relevant.
mobility, and with those disabled, no one can run away.
Meanwhile, 16 minutes in, Akashi still trying to farm. Going to go for that Radiance, has the Hind of Midas, but against the Phantom Assassin with the Battle Fury, this should not Ivory should not have had a bad game. I would have thought that this Phantom Assassin would have been able to pop off, but I think the rest of Team Ivory were just not having that great of a game.
Burst polarity has been used right there. I think same with the coil. So
Yeah,
this is a
and
window
the
of
Chain Frost.
opportunity. Yeah, chain frost as well. So this is a window of opportunity.
And now a
Again,
smoke from a Team Execration. They want to consolidate
for
their pick off
but not if they
into
if they get
a few more kills. Is going to be an initiation on towards the Phoenix. Will probably be a very quick kill. The Doom is hanging around there. The clockwork to go in, but I don't see what you guys can do. You don't have your Ember Spirit. You don't have your Phantom Assassin. He's just forced to watch his comrades die. And it looks like he might be falling here as well. Now Execration, they don't have any ultimates available. The Ember Spirit is going to respawn, but instantly being skewered back. And that's just that is a disaster in my opinion.
was erased immediately. Technically a 5-man kill.
Yeah, that was just not the position where you wanted to be in.
How unfortunate.
Honestly, I'm starting to see the cracks, right? I think this is the turning point where things go horribly wrong for Team Ivory, where Team Execration just straight up rolls over them because
Reaction of Execration.
they just took a really bad fight. Your heroes, the clockwork went in. The Ember Spirit respawned, chose to go back in. Phantom Assassin, instead of farming, he was literally just watching with his hero, the rest of his team get picked apart one by one. No strategy game, not the best of executions that I've seen.
I think Knights cover
well-
ulti, that's why.
Yeah. That's the one. So Execration can do this every single time. Rinse and repeat.
Of course, guys, to all of you who are tuning in right now, let me know what you think. What is your prediction for the next game, right? For OG versus the Mongols, it is due to start in about 37 minutes. Right, I calculated that correctly. It's due to start in about 37 minutes, right? So who do you think is going to be taking that series between OG versus the Mongols? Of course, the Mongols haven't had that great of a run in the group stage, right? They did win out against Team Teamless and Team Ascent in 2-0 fashion, but they lost against Team YG, Team Yangon Galacticos, 0-2, right? So I honestly, Team Mongols have been doing pretty well. In the last qualifier, the last major qualifiers they played in the tier 1 ESL Raleigh,
But looking at the
they came in 4th, right? Which, if you look at that, it sounds pretty bad, but it's an up and up trend for the Mongols, because they in just a few months prior to that, they were coming in ninth, 16th. They weren't really placing in anywhere or even getting close to some of those competitions, but now they have an actual shot. And the Asian Dragon Series Continental Collision is a $70,000 prize pool. That's quite a hefty
Oh,
Oh,
they
he
saw
just
him.
blinked out.
quite a hefty
But
purse for whoever
yeah, but they
wins.
saw Magnus as well. Oh,
But
there
you
goes
know,
your
it does seem
RP
like
right
Ivory
now.
is struggling
Um,
on the win
PA
department,
is not
as
having
their Phantom Assassin, who was essentially free farming,
Doom on the other
is
hand.
just
We'll get that
dying
number
right
from
now,
the
not
PA.
really having much of an
At
impact.
what cost do you see? PA is your main man here on this game one, and is getting killed, and then they're not even done right here.
Oh wow,
Though they're
Tino
going
with that
for it.
RP. Oh,
They're going for the count.
that was
Double
slick.
kill, 4 down for the side of Ivory.
5,000 net
Execution
worth lead up
pays
now.
the
I
price.
mean, sure, you lose the Night Stalker, but it doesn't even seem like Execution are really relying on that Night Stalker all that much. They're just simply playing around the Magnus and that puck, and they're simply getting all of these kills.
Mirana's ultimate. Again, Mirana's were able to.
Of course, guys, don't forget
There from that
to hit that follow button. I mean, if you want to, of course, it would help me out a lot. And obviously, I hope to cost a lot of Dota, so you can, if you follow me, you get to follow the costs as well. I will be going through. So for these 5 days, I will be doing the Asian Dragon series up until the grand finals, and then after that, I'm going to be doing some German Dota, Division 1 German Dota. Right after that, I might be doing some Irish Dota, so a lot of tournaments. And obviously, I have these are all the costs on my stream, right? I do have to do official tournaments as well.
Basically, they have Doom. If you have Doom, you need to
So there is
capitalize
that,
Doom for
right?
yourself, you
As far as the
know,
official
exactly,
tournaments go,
not
I
a
can't
good
really get into
thing
that,
for
because
your
right now
team.
all attention is on the Asian
So,
Dragon
because
Series
they
Continental
go in
Collision.
already, I'm gonna Doom anyone. No, it's actually better if Doom
15 and 23. So I think this game is pretty much closed out, right? We know that Execration 1, 2 and 0. This is a replay. So if we just fast forward a bit,
I believe offlane Ivory is C. They're
Phantom Assassin not really having that many items. Let's see. Again, full team wipe. What went wrong here? Let's see. Initiation from that Phantom Assassin. Okay, yeah, the Ember Spirit just was caught in a bad position. The reverse polarity to hold them in place, and it was just a very quick cleanup from these guys, honestly.
for
Oh,
execution
man.
here, rather for Ivory, and we just highlighted an observer.
Of course, for those of you tuning in, OG versus Team Mongols is due to start in about half an hour. Almost half an hour. It's due to start in about 33 minutes. So if you guys hit that follow button, you can check out the action when it starts. And right now, you can obviously continue to watch the replay between the first playoff match of the Asian Dragon Series, Execration versus Team Ivory, as Execration managed to 2-0 and drop Ivory to the lower brackets.
Execration is not letting them. For Ivory, they only have the
Oh, thank you for the follow, Mr. Barbell19.
Numbers at the top lane started to get out. But for this kind of play,
And
Graham,
Mr. Barbell, I'm
14K
conserving my energy, because if I go all out casting right now, I might not have all of the energy to be committing for the OG versus Team Mongols. So just holding a bit of the energy reserved for that series. It does seem like a good one. And Mr. Barbell, I would love to hear your opinion on who you think is going to be taking that series, who you think is going to be winning between OG versus Team Mongols. It is a best of 3. So my personal prediction is that it's probably going to be a 2-1 for Team OG.
That is the damage department. PA has the Yasha onto, I think, think he
But I
has
think anything can happen, right? Because Team Mongols, despite of the fact that they lost against Team YG,
5-minute carry rate.
I saw some of their other games, right, against Team Teamless and Team Ascent, and
Relies solely on that critical
they did
hit.
really well. Those games were like complete stomps, right? And against Team YG, they had it seemed like Team Mongols were playing with a lot of overconfidence, and
That's gonna be another
uh,
Ivory problem. So BKB
that's
can
something
actually
that's
take the
very pretty
with
unique
the help of
to,
Emperor
I would
Bobby
say,
those damage
Southeast Asian
down.
and Latin American Dota, right? Those two regions,
I agree.
they
But
they
I believe
play
he went for
they play with their
Shasta
minds, they
pretty
play with their
easily
hearts.
first.
You know,
He
they
does
if they're
have
ahead,
the
they kind of get boosted up by that.
I believe he was
Meanwhile, I would say European and American Dota is a bit more, I would say,
getting disabled a lot
level-headed.
and
Like
able to
even if you're
concentrate
20,000
on
net worth
the
ahead,
map
you don't
for Ivory
really,
to react.
or you know, you
But
don't
yeah,
really
it's great
start to
that they
feel it.
need to answer or to have an answer against that damage problem. But I'm looking at their
Okay.
their
So,
items right now.
I mean, Mr. Barbel, I think that
They're
Mongols
actively
and
selecting
Execration
items
are
for
going to
execration
be the
support.
toughest opponents that OG are going to face in this
How
tournament,
their items are
right?
progressing right now.
You have Team Ivory, of
But
course,
looking
and
at
you have some other
their
teams like you have Interactive
expectations at the
Philippines, you
top
have Team
lane,
Ascent, you have Team
even
Essence,
the
but I
offlane
don't think they're all that
matchups,
strong
BK
compared to
and
someone that
Night
like
Stalkers, the
with the
regions
likes
isn't
of OG, for
really
example.
catching up.
So
It's
that's why I'm
really
I'm
poor
kind of
execution right now.
pinning this to be a
So
2-1
Ivory
for
needs to
OG.
move
It could potentially be a 2-0, or we could even see an
And they
upset with the
actually,
Mongols taking it. They do have the
yeah,
skill.
they're actually taking
I
the
just
kill
think
where
that for
where
new
Ivory
teams,
may come
right,
from.
it takes a certain
Ivory could
while
just be a
before you
sniper here,
find that
but
edge.
they know.
Mongols are still
they
in
know, they
that,
know.
I would say, experimentation phase where they're still trying to improve and they're
Oh, there
constantly
goes
improving.
Night Stalker on the OG Drake getting two.
But where's
On
the
the other
damage?
hand,
Oh dear,
oh, the
it's down.
damage is
Yeah,
not
Team
there.
Ivory, the Phantom
Execration
Assassin,
back
he
over the
just seems
top.
lost
And
over
there
here.
goes the
Debuff
polarity
piercing
into
ultimates in the
two.
form
This
of
is bad for
Lewis's
Ivory. It's going down
Coil
to
and
end. It
Tino's
will
RP just means
be
that
a
your
T5
BKB
shootout
isn't
and
all that
shootout
useful.
for the side of Execration, and
A
this is
20,000
gonna
net
be a
worth lead
push.
right now, and I think this game is as good as over.
Best of Ivory.
If we go quickly, if we time it right, and if I'm able to time it right, I have no idea how to time it right, but I mean, if we time it right, perhaps we can go through both of the replays of Ivory versus Execration
They're not
before the
ready.
other
They're
game
not
comes
seeing the
back up.
best of Execration, and they got demolished, punished, 5-4-0.
Yeah, I agree. The OG has also been in experimentation phase. I mean, they're now in Southeast Asian Dota, having picked up quite a few Southeast Asian players. And previously, of course, they were European players. So, what I find very interesting, Mr. Barbel, is the culmination of the experience that No Tail is bringing in, because he's obviously one of the most veteran European Dota players out there, and infusing it with the pure raw talent of Southeast Asian Dota, right? I have always been a big believer in that pure raw talent. I don't know um, how far back of Dota you've seen, but I remember Team Orange days, right? I remember Mushi, I remember KYXY, I remember Ohio. Those, just the amount of talent coming out from the Southeast Asian scene is huge. And in my opinion, the lack of someone being able to culminate that talent has been holding that region back, but I'm glad that it's on the up and up. There are a lot of Southeast Asian teams that are just almost on the brink of breaking into the tier 2 stage. A lot of C teams that are on the edge of, I would say, tier 1 Dota as well. I predict that in a year or two we might be seeing some Southeast Asian teams come out in, we might just be seeing two Southeast Asian teams be competing in some of those tier 1 tournaments, in some of those ESLs and blasts, etc.
24k gold lead, you should have an item right here, Miranda. But speaking of item, Phoenix getting gone on again.
Oops, 1 second.
They will just this Ivory, and they
Yeah.
will just try to bait the team out on the middle lane.
Did I-
Tower has been taken by Shank.
I hope I haven't
And
disconnected.
I think they're gonna transfer over to the top lane right
Have
here.
I disconnected,
Push
guys?
the lanes a little bit for the top lane just to make sure that all lanes are being shoved out down the throat for the side of Ivory.
Okay, no, I don't think I've disconnected. I think my other internet disconnected.
Ivory needs to
Right? I
remember
think
in
I
this
hope I'm
match
still
that
here.
they
Yeah,
have
I
been
am still here.
Execration will be more active right now. And speaking of active, OTO Night Stalker has
25,000
the
net worth lead.
lead.
Oh man.
And there,
With the position 1 Night Stalker as well. I
Again,
have never honestly
this is
I
not
have never seen a position 1 Night Stalker. I don't even know how you play with the
for you
position 1
for
Night Stalker. You go
Ivory.
for the Midas and suddenly you go for
Oh my goodness,
the
it's like a little bubble here
Radiance
for
build,
Ivory.
and it ends up working out for you against the Phantom Assassin, who could have gone for a break, but I think the synergy just was a bit lacking. And again, the RP,
First the counter
right, just to hold the Phantom Assassin down.
it out.
Oh man.
This 2-for-1.
One more hit.
It's down. Akashi, he does have the Aegis of Immortality. That will be popped. But buyback from the support is available. So they will just wait it out. Graham,
Not looking good. That high ground defense, I mean,
how strong
they chose to take a fight, and this is so. I did a podcast with one of Avulus's players, Zibe, right? And we were talking about the fact that now in Dota, teams don't stick to their high ground defense. A team would rather go for that higher risk, higher reward play, and exit their high ground to try and take a fight outside of it, so that they're able to, I guess, push more ahead or just catch the enemies by surprise. And if you're able to get that done, that's going to be really good for you. But the drawback is, if you die, then as we're seeing right now, Ivory lose their entire base. I mean, that's the drawback. That's what happens.
that should be the right call for Ivory. Again,
And I'm not sure if it's the best decision now that teams are making to be exiting their high ground, because
range
at the high ground defense, at the end of the day, it is where you are the safest. It is where you're strongest.
got deleted. But they're looking for more.
Oh, Doom, they're actually running away. And, yeah, it's gonna be a 1-1 there. Look
Another divided fight this time. Oh man, this Ember really not having a good game.
out the damage.
Yeah, and they're just going to call it. They're going to call it without putting up a single high ground defense.
This is enough. We've taken enough right here.
Oh man.
This has been dropped. EDZ. It's gonna be the first game execration. Just dominating and
Yeah, let's just skip this bit and we'll come on. Now I want to give a quick shout out to the wonderful people casting.
A little bit of miscommunication or a little bit of
They did hire local talent, so I want to give a shout out to the local talent as well, TDZ and Graham, who are covering the match,
But once Execration saw the opportunity that
right?
they can
And let's go to the
One expired.
other side. Let's see where. The match starts. I won't cover the drafting because I mean,
not the usual Spirit Brothers.
okay. So there we go.
What's happening right here?
This time around it's going to be a Dragon Knight. And how did they get first blood? Okay, I really do want to see that. Because it was Ivory who got that first blood.
easier way to farm.
Oh no, there's no way Ivory got the first blood. Did they?
For Execration, but
No, they didn't, right? Okay, yeah. Akashi was the one who died, so Ivory ended up losing that first blood.
get out of the way, and he will, and that will force a stoppage. in
1
the small
second,
skirmish.
folks.
But Execration again, Graham will be the ones going to take the first blood.
That's right, and we see immediately the power.
Of course, for all of you tuning in, we are going to be starting with OG versus Team MongolZ in about 20 minutes now. I am giving timers out because I started this stream apparently an hour earlier than I thought the match would be, and I didn't want to leave you guys dry, so I decided to just, I covered a bit of theory crafting. I did a bit of the group stages where we went through what happened with each of the teams, and then I decided that, I want to watch what happened with the first day of the playoffs between Execration and Team Ivory.
Shoot it up basically from.
And for those of you tuned in at this very moment, previously this is game number 2 of a best of 3, and Team Ivory lost the first one. They obviously lost this one as well because it is the replay, right? And what happened in the previous game was just a simple case of being outmaneuvered. Honestly, you had two the BKB piercing abilities with that RP and with that Dream Coil, and you had that Phantom Assassin, but the Phantom Assassin was just not doing all that good.
That's a big kill for Ivory, taking down the
yeah.
Morphling down the bottom lane. But yeah, as I was saying, it's really
Managing to get
boosts the
Morphling down.
Morphling
That's very interesting.
because
I
for the Earth Spirit, there's
do wonder how that happened. Perhaps the Morphling was just level 1 and
early game.
the level 1 Morphling just ended up dying.
But
Right,
let's
no
see, we
waveform
might see a
available
lot of rotations
for
coming in
him.
from Execration once he got that level 6 though. A very good target will be this bottom lane. Again, the Batriders is somehow squishy. And
Of course, if you guys want to give your predictions, I would love to hear them about the next match around. Any fans of the MongolZ here? I really want to know, right?
use it. Oh, it does have the
It's always fun interacting with Southeast Asian Dota fans.
really sneaky
Almost
play
getting
though.
It is I would say it is, I haven't done a lot of Southeast Asian Dota. I mostly do European and Middle East, the Middle Eastern or the MENA region events. But I'm really looking forward to the opportunity of getting to know the Southeast Asian scene a lot better at the professional level.
The game one as well. So yeah, it is actually, although Rupido needs help basically on what they could do right here. Much better game though for Rupido other than the Doom. So right now they have more.
So far, they've gotten 2
license
kills.
to be aggressive.
That's
Let's see.
Yeah. Skewer into
interesting.
Shockwave can really mess up the position.
And guys, can you tell me if the stream is lagging for you
From Shank, did not connect
at all?
but Eyes in
Because then I'll put on my backup.
Frost.
Right, my stream seems to be lagging on my
I don't see
laptop,
anyways.
but I'm not sure if it's lagging for you. If it's alright, then I hope it's alright, right? But if it's not alright, I hope someone lets me know.
Two more heroes here on the top lane 'cause,
Dragon Knight versus the Morphling. Oh man, I would say the Dragon Knight and the Morphling are the 2 strongest carries in the game right now. I wouldn't say that the Alchemist is stronger than the Morphling, right? So it is a straight up head to head between 2 of the strongest heroes in the game. I wonder if the Morphling is going to go for a Silver Edge later on.
Popping up the stick.
I have a feeling that the itemization from Execution
overextending right there just
was the key into unlocking this. And it's very interesting how Ken
still overall
picked up that Ember Spirit again. How Ivory chose to go for that Ember twice in a row. It did really not seem like the Ember from the previous game had a good time.
can capitalize on this. But as well you said, TDZ, Dota is a game of timing. So when they get their level 6s on the side of Execration or
Oh,
on
man.
their items specifically, this might be a different game all in all. But also Ivory, I think their peak for Ivory
1 and 3.
or their timing is once back.
A bit of a static early game, and I mean, as it should be, right? Oh, sorry, let me just remove the toss bar. It's the static game as it should be, because last game around there were just so many kills happening across the map. Execution was just going around, walking, even during the laning phase, just getting all sorts of kills, applying all sorts of pressure. I'm glad that this time around Ivory have taken the lead, and at least I'm glad that they were able to put up a better fight in the laning phase in the second game around.
Timings.
Obviously, I don't really cast a lot of replays, or actually, I believe this is,
For Execration.
I don't live cast replays. I do cast replays for my own practice, for my casting, but I don't live stream replay casting, right? So I'm constantly in a back and forth between using future tenses as present tenses, right? Oh, it's a bit interesting. It feels like I'm in Back to the Future, my very own. I'm living in Back to the Future, my very own version.
Items maybe went for a power threads into Amanta if that's how
Let's
will try to
see.
build up his Terrorblade. And also for the
It's so difficult zoning a Dragon Knight out. I don't know of a single hero that can actually win against a Dragon Knight in the laning phase, right? And that's it's just a bit absurd. Even the Bristleback loses against the Dragon Knight. I mean, I wouldn't say loses, but the Bristleback doesn't do too well.
timing is right.
You have to stack in a lot of damage. You have to expend so many resources to try and get the Dragon Knight down.
Kills, just like what
And even if you lower his HP, one tango and he
really
just he
on
heals
a
so
timer right
much.
now. They don't want to give any mistakes or any kills on the side of execration because that will enable them to get that power timings quite easily. Much sooner. Oh, top lane.
Oh, Ken's very low right here. Execration will get the kill on Ken on the other side of the map. Pugna will
Okay,
fall
Ken
down as
dying
well, but the main
again.
hero, the better kill right
Oh
now
man.
being on the side of Execration, where they got Ken.
Or rather, he didn't die. Okay, so I forgot. The Ember Spirit didn't actually die before this. It was Lich who died. It was Ken's first death.
Oh, there you go. Lich right mid.
I hope he has a better game this time around than in the previous series. I would hate to, I would hate for Ivory to be in that position where you pick the same hero and the same mistakes happen.
Even though
This time around, there isn't that much catch for the Ember Spirit, so he should be having a better game.
Overall right here, level 5 here onto this Ember Spirit. He doesn't have his level 6 yet. So if he gets ganked right here, he doesn't have
Of course, I know that you guys can hear the other casters. I will be going in with a clean feed for OG versus Execration. Sorry, OG versus the Mongols. So it'll just be me, right? And that should be
But Akashi can
fun.
wave out from that.
These guys are amazing with their costs as well, right? So it's all about preference. If you wish to catch the official, if you wish to catch them as well, you can head on over to the official ADS channel. This is the official Costream as well. I have partnered up with the agent organizers at Ancient Dragon series to be bringing their tournament live to you, all of you people. Oh yes, how are you doing, Xiao? Is it Xiao Yuri? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. I hope I got it correct. The game is due to start in 14 minutes, right? So not that long. And once the game starts, we'll head straight into that one, right? Unfortunately I started the stream, like way before schedule, right? Because I thought the time for the match was I got it incorrect, and then the organizers, they corrected it for me. So I decided to host a bit of a stream, host some replays, do some theory crafting, and as soon as it starts, we'll head on over there. Of course, Shari, if you do enjoy the stream, then do make sure to hit that follow button. Oh, thank you for that one. And I hope you enjoy the cost as well, of course.
Whoa, what a play! Nice dodge right there. Oh my god.
4 and 5 now. I don't think so I was planning on hitting the timing with that, like as soon as this game ends, we're on schedule to 13 minutes will have passed, but unless I fast forward this game, there's no way I can end it. But obviously I'll just close this one as soon as the other game starts.
That's probably a kill on the Ember again.
I will take a quick look though at the restream. 1 second, guys. I will just pop open the clean feed for myself.
Oh my goodness, what a play! Rick tried to run away. He's trying to
1 second. Sorry. Yeah, so now I have that set up as well. So Send Gamer, or is it Second Gamer? I'm not sure. The game is about to start in about 12 minutes or so, right? So you can follow the game here. You can follow the game on their channel as well. Follow the game in one of their local languages too, if you prefer that. I'll be obviously bringing it to you in English as the official co-caster for the Ancient Dragon series. SND, alright. So SND Gamer, it's going to start in, I would say, 12 minutes. Alright, yeah, nice. I only speak 2 languages. I speak my local language. I'm from Pakistan, and I speak English. Definitely, man. I'm glad to have you on board. I hope that everyone here has a good time. A better time than Teen Ivory seems to be having, at least. Is man, Ken. Yeah, walaikum salam, man. Blessings to you too.
Yeah, this is not an Ember Spirit game. I mean, Ember Spirit is having a hard time for the past
Yeah, see you too. See you then.
Guys, this is actually a
I mean, of course, you're welcome to stay. Really, it's your choice. So, what are your predictions, right? I'm asking everyone their predictions. Even you, Xiao Yuri, what are your predictions? SND gamer, what are your predictions for the OG series? I really want to know.
Everything lines up perfectly for execration. I mean, they have
OG easy 2-0, so that is a confident prediction. Oh man. I hope that Mongols are able to put up a fight.
level 6 though, getting up his ultimate. So, and also a lot of items.
Real Sparta easiest 2-0. There are so many OG fans, man. Where are the Mongols fans?
From Marcy, able to close
Uh,
it really easily. Can,
Okay, so Lao, is that how you pronounce it? Is it Lao or Lao?
catch up,
I'm not too familiar with some of the pronunciations out there. Thank you for the follow as well.
and get the pickup. So after the Manta style, it will be easier for him. There's no way that they can.
Oh, you're from
catch up.
South Africa. Okay, okay,
Can just
that's great.
Manta dodge
Um,
the RP if you able to.
I casted with Snare, so he's and I had a wonderful time casting with Snare. He's I think he's the premier South African caster.
And as what you said, TDZ.
Yeah, I really like Snare as well. I had a wonderful time casting with him.
They cannot contest because the problem
Was a
is
wonderful
that
co-host.
Costream is doing a good job of,
Yeah, this is Southeast Asian. This is the Southeast Asian region. All of these teams are in Southeast Asia. King Crimson. The game is going set to start in about 10 minutes. So we're going to jump right in, straight into the action once the game starts. No, no, not after this game. This game is a replay. So as you can see, I started the stream earlier so that I was able to like go through some replays, do some theory crafting, show everyone the group stages as well. Oops.
They're just playing with their food. My goodness. Oh.
Yeah, so I wanted to show everyone the group stages. You want to see the OG roster? I can quickly show you.
on what they are doing. The roll in right now will be
One
on
second.
board
I
for
will just quickly
Pepper
show you
Bird,
the
but
roster.
just nearby his teammates and will represent out again.
There we
That,
go.
I believe, is a blind roll onto the high ground.
So OG, they have Seb, you know, they have 23 Savage, they have X Nova, they have 9, and they have Days. And I believe one of these players is
Exactly. Yeah. And well, Terrorblade is.
Liquipedia is covering this tournament. This is the Liquipedia page. See,
Or probably
Continental Collision. So previously there was the regional collision,
Marcy
right, which happened last year or late last year in October, November, and then you have the Continental
you need to
Collision.
farm really soon, because if not,
So OG, yeah, they picked up quite a few new players. So Days joined them as their position 4. What do we know about him? Unfortunately, I
a lot of
have actually casted Days, right?
all about defending.
I've done both of these series
Well, I'm not saying that they're done for
as
good,
well.
but
So he was in Navi Junior. So I casted so many of these teams as well. I'm not exactly sure if I remember Days, but still, you know, from what I remember of Navi Junior, they are a really good team right now in the tier 2 stage. They're one of the best teams in the tier 2 stage right now, right up there with Passion UA in that European region. So
discussing with our Michael Pastor Kirk's
Days, the entire roster of Navi Junior is very strong.
you are the initiator, but you cannot initiate, or you're the one getting initiated on. Yeah, if you can see, for the side of Ivory, you have Batrider and Magnus. They should be the one who's getting active on the map. Due to
So
the
for
fact
everyone
that
who is
they
tuning
are
in,
actually,
OG versus
a lot of catch right here. They have a lot
Team Mongols is due to start in 7 minutes. So we're almost there, guys.
for the lineup of execration.
I'm really glad that you guys joined on board with me to, you guys waited with me for so long. Hopefully I'll be able to reward your patience with some good casting. Hopefully you like the cast as well.
Morphling and Terrorblade. In fact, Terrorblade, I haven't seen him, go away on focus on the
And
objective.
I'm planning on getting, you know, a co-caster as well.
Laser
I
focus
can't
on the
promise
PC towers.
someone
It's not
huge
defensive
in
at
the
all, it's
casting
just
scene,
Ivory
right?
trying
Because
hard. So
quite
that's how
simply, like, this
Ivory
is
wins this setup.
a Twitch stream. This is not an official tournament cast. It's an official
Which one should we
co-cast of the
choose?
tournament, of course.
Will you farm?
But I will try to
Will
get
you
someone on
defend?
board so that, you know, the dual cast is always
Well,
nice.
if you didn't defend, well, you're missing out all of the fun. You're missing out all of the.
The
fun.
observing is
Wait,
decent, I
get
would say,
kill, but there might be a one.
from the tournaments. I mean, you obviously do miss a few things. It is a MOBA, so it's not possible to catch everything. But you know, as we can see right now, you're able to follow the observer is able to follow the team fights. It does show you the net worth, the last hits, the buybacks, the items every now and then, and um, it is pretty good.
And from there on, there are no damage. What a turnaround right there by Execution.
Oh man, Ivory collapsing again. I think what Ivory need to work on is their team fighting synergy, right? And their communication between each other, what they want to be doing, because they just, I mean, even in the previous series, right, when the team fight starts, they don't have a clear battle plan. They're just like they're initiating here and there.
There's no damage that they can dish out, and this
Shinobi, I had the exact same. I will, because I always love to introduce the first time chatters. I always love to introduce everyone who follows as well. Um, but then I realized that, yeah, that was an interesting wordplay.
took him down in the middle of the clash, and after that, there's really not much that Ivory can do right here.
OG 10-minute delay. Okay, so yeah, I will. I mean, the game is about to start in 4 minutes. So can I make the text in time? I can make the text in time. Whatever you guys want. 1 second.
That's not the main problem to solve for Ivory. It's the Morphling.
Let's see. Let's
So
see.
if
Let's
you
see.
didn't kill the
Quickly
Morphling,
get this
Morphling will
done.
kill you, for sure. But again, Marcy's itemization is more going for a carry or a pseudo carry support for execration, and that damage, his ultimate really packs a punch, literally, because if you don't have the armor, if you don't have the sustainability to at least survive the amount of damage
There we go.
support Mars can give,
Oh man.
you're down for sure. And they're out of skills. They've used it all.
Yeah, there we go. I hope it doesn't. Yeah.
From the initial fight, but yeah, they
Hey,
won the
Slame
fight,
2-3.
overstayed, so they got
Slay, hopefully, right? Like the video quality on my laptop isn't set that high.
more
And Sharpox, how are you guys doing? What are your predictions? Let me know in the comment section. I would love to interact with you, and I hope to, you know, it is going to be a very fast-paced game between OG and Team MongolZ, but I hope to interact with you guys throughout.
Come in. I mean, if you would look at on the recent engagement,
MongolZ upset. There we go. Ham Tubby, my man. I knew it. There were so many OG fans out there, man. But I needed some MongolZ energy in here too, and now we have it, right? The head-to-head.
just jumped in with that OT shredded.
I'm hoping. I'm with you, man. I'm hoping that MongolZ at least take a game, man. Show some teeth. Show some strength. They're constantly improving,
And again,
right?
this is a good example, like on how you.
When is the next game? So the next game won't be today. We just have one more best of 3. If you guys want to see the schedule, I'll just show you. Right? It's the schedule is over here.
Sometimes you need to go back
This
first,
this is where I'll be casting from. It is OG versus MongolZ, and this one obviously is going to be tomorrow. So we had Execration versus Ivory in the first match. Then now we have OG versus the MongolZ. Of course, I will be casting these matches as well tomorrow when they come about. So you know, if you follow me, then we can come up there. I mean, we can have fun together with the cast when it happens.
on that TK, he down on the side of Ivory, vacant forever spirit. Will be the one last member alive. Will there be enough damage to take
I mean, Who knows, man? Perhaps it will be the OG fans
Go back.
who are going to be left coping once the Mongols are done with them.
Damage department. CML was just standing in front of DK, you know.
Do you guys follow the Mongols over in Counter Strike? Because the Counter Strike scene for the Mongols is like really good right now. I believe they're a tier 1 team in in the CS scene. And I'm hoping that even in Dota they can make it to tier 1, right? The Mongolian Esports Association has been pushing esports. They've been doing a wonderful job as well, pushing streamers, pushing all sorts of esports teams out there, giving them the support to shine.
Yeah, good win right
They even had they even had a tier 2 LAN, the Misa Invitational, the Mongol Esports Association Invitational, happened in December, which was a really good team. Talon Esports was there. A lot of big Tundra was there. A lot of big teams were there.
They can sustain the damage. That's the BKB reveal for the Earth Spirit. And
Oh yeah, so you know, Crystal, like you mentioned, like top 8, and that's what I want to see from this Dota team as well, right?
because the rest of
Like all Mongolian players, I believe, or rather, I think they have a few non-Mongolian players too. Let me just quickly see.
Champ was doing his thing.
Of course, the association itself is so they okay. So they only have one player from Mongolia.
Through the eyes, the chain frost.
Yeah, the rest of the JG, Bob from the Philippines, Q from Thailand, and Castaway from South Africa.
Again, he's decrepified, so there's no.
But the association itself is
and with that
obviously.
kind of bait,
Let's see. Yeah, it's still not up.
and then it's just morphling
It's gonna start at around 2 minutes.
as well. And even Eisen understands that there's really no way that we can take someone out with this kind of draft.
Oh, guys, we're almost nice. We're almost going to finish this game, and I didn't even fast forward. This is all calculated, by the way. I calculated this.
Tanks is low though. I
Without knowing the timer, of course. I don't even. Yeah. I just hope they end at the exact same time that match starts. So, you know, I have that little bit of an ego boost.
and Morphling just doing what he wants all over that beside or all over that tier 4 towers, and they're just gonna go back right here. Just a little bit of discipline being shown by Execration. Don't want to overextend. I think oh yeah, 3 minutes onto the Roshan, so there's no Roshan yet. And Pop the H is
Popping the
there.
Age Immortality. Just
Just
20
for
seconds
that
left.
one. Yep.
Calculate. Is it start? No, they defended. No. Oh man.
Well, nice movement there from.
It's okay. It's okay. I calculated the delays as well. I calculated the unforeseen circumstances. So, you know, it's all according to plan.
Well, Ivor able to almost top the RP, but then again, the chains, the stolen chains from the morphing really
Let's
opens up
see.
for the Magnus.
Okay, so the game's about to start. As soon as the drafting, actually, yeah, as soon as the drafting starts, we'll go on to that one. So the game has officially started, guys. The pre-show is live, right?
But Ember Spirit went down. Shanks almost able to get out, and here's the damage. But can he survive? Yes, he was able to take down the Marcy.
What time OG versus so Paolo, the OG versus Mongols pre-show has started. I will be going into the game as soon as the drafting starts, right?
Execration, but that is a nice
In fact, you know, since a lot of you are wondering, I think this game is kind of over. Yeah, this game is literally going to end right now with this push. So we should just head on over there. I really don't wanna, you know.
They were stunned up for a couple of seconds right there, but they cannot actually just
Guys, I think we might just do it. I think we might just pull off the most calculated stream play ever.
And right now,
A Golden Eagle, we will get to OG. Let's go OG. Yeah, definitely.
Terrorblade will actually go in, 2-man silence, and that's going to be another kill on the board for the side of Execration. They're trying to clean this one out. The game.
Hopefully the execution end this game. I know this isn't live. I know you guys have played this already, but I believe you guys can end this before OG and MongolZ
They cannot find right
the draft starts.
Can that
Yeah, it's still not up.
and more.
Come on, guys, come on.
He's now going for the butterfly, so there's really no. It will be much more difficult for.
Yeah, the power of the flower, man. Shinobi, I am a big believer in that power of the flower, honestly.
He's able to complete that butterfly.
I would honestly go as far as to say if OG were not that committed as, you know, just a wholesome team, you know, believing in one another, they wouldn't have been able to win so many TIs. They could have probably won one, but not the several that they did.
So Aizen popping up his ultimate, keeping back.
Of course, guys, for all of you who are tuning in, I would really appreciate that follow button. You know, if you hit that follow button, you can ideally follow me on to my Twitter too, just to see what tournaments I'm doing and what other series I'm doing. I do support the Dota scene a lot, you know, going for those other leagues out there, apart from the official tournament broadcasts that I do, of course.
They have their ults down right now, and Ember Spirit will also fall
Still
down.
not started.
The cleanup drive for
So Moose, I am from Pakistan. GG is called, guys. And, you know, as soon as I press the control tab, it's going to be OG versus the Mongols. Okay, not yet. But we will come out to it. I just have to adjust the OBS, the replay. Just delete that one. Delete the text. And delete the text. Right. There we go. So it is going to be the clean feed. So Moose, I don't cheer for any team because I am a professional caster, right? I can have my personal preferences, right? But I'm supposed to be this unbiased opinion, right? I'm supposed, if one team is losing, then I'm supposed to give you ways that the other team can come back with, right? I'm supposed to give you that silver lining. I'm supposed to give you that light at the end of the tunnel. Golden Eagle, well, perhaps it's because we're kind of neighbors, you know, so we probably sound a lot alike. Oh, let me just turn up the feed volume for you. So this is the clean feed, guys. You won't be on you won't be able to hear the casters, and we're live with OG versus the Mongols. Game number 1 in the best of 3. The Lina and the Monkey King to start off with. And both of these teams revealing their mid picks so early on. I need to remove the taskbar.
Radiant team back.
The caster there is wearing the OG shirt. Okay. Oh man. I mean, the idea is that you're supposed to be unbiased, right? I mean, that professionally, I'm an analyst, right? I don't do play-by-play all that much. Of course, when I'm solo casting for tournaments, I do play-by-play. But let's get into the game state, guys, right? No more chit chat. It is serious. It is as serious as you OG fans out there. It is as serious as the Mongols fans who have something to prove. The Beastmaster being banned out and that Lycan. So in this tournament, we've been seeing a lot of Lycan position 1s, which has been a bit iffy from their side. And I don't know if you guys can see this lag. This is not from my end. The stream itself, the game itself must be lagging, right? Because I'm literally just running it from a browser.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Sharpo.
5 seconds.
And, you know, make sure to hit that follow button if you, of course, like that, like my casting. And, you know, you can follow me on my Twitter if you want to know which events I'm going to be hosting as well. I am wearing, so my favorite thing is the muffler, basically. The clockwork to come out, that combination with the cogs plus the light strike array, not to just mention, once you have that scepter up, it does wonders. And of course you have that rocket flare, right, that provides you with so much vision against that Monkey King. He has to be so careful right now. If you're up in those trees, you can just get shot down very easily. Not to mention you have the Lina with the light strike array who can break those trees as well. So this Monkey King pick, I mean, it's not looking that good. You have come out with the Chen 2. Pretty unconventional. You did still have the Enchantress in play, and I'm of the opinion that the Enchantress versus the Chen, the Enchantress is just so much better, right? You have a much better toolkit. You can spam out those impetus shots which just do a lot of damage.
5 seconds remaining.
I agree, the Lycan is doing pretty well with the ability to harass on those supports out is fantastic. I just think that the offlane position Lycan is a lot better than the position 1. Let me just adjust the...
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go full HD 60 FPS. I don't want the... I don't know why the game is having frame rate drops, but hopefully they fix that one up. Tiny to come out as well, and it looks like it might just be a core Tiny, a position 1 Tiny.
10 seconds remaining.
And over on OG's side, you have gone for the Marcy, and I think Marcy is one of those heroes that OG loves to pick, right? I definitely do think that I've seen a lot of Marcy come out from OG than I have from the rest of the teams out there. We will see how the Marcy does though, because honestly, I think that the draft from MongolZ has a lot of firepower. So it is going to be that core Tiny. Support Lich with that support Clockwork, and the Lich with that Frost Shield will be able to negate a lot of the damage that the Marcy is able to put out with those Furies. So pretty good. Now I will say that the Chen creeps, if you stack enough Chen creeps, you can mitigate some of the Chain Frost, right? Because you do have those limited bounces to work with. So in a situation where that Chain Frost comes out, which is probably one of the most potent spells in this game right now, Lich in fact is one of the most potent supports in the game right now, with the Chen, against the Chen, might not be all that great. And it looks like they're going to be going in for that Life Stealer because they are a bit afraid of that Lich as well. With the Rage, perhaps he goes for the Unfettered facet. It does do well, but I suppose I would favor the Rage here quite a lot. You do have some BKB piercing stun though. You do still have that Clockwork hookshot, and you still do have that Tiny to disrupt those TPs if the Lifestealer wants to be getting out. I suppose the idea is that this Lifestealer is going to be infesting into some form of Chen creep, perhaps the Centaur, and be going in with that initiation. But is it going to be all that great? Because the Mongols, they have so much firepower right now. The Tiny Stun Toss Khanda combination, the Lina Scepter Aghanim's, right? And the amount of magical damage coming in from the Lich in the early game is going to be quite a lot. How is OG going to mitigate this? Of course, both teams do need to decide on their offlaner. We're going to be facing a Lina versus the Monkey King, and I think OG require an initiator, right? Mongols have it. They have the Clockwork, and they have the Tiny, who might just be getting a blink later on, even if he's position 1. Over on OG though, you can't use the Marcy to initiate all that well, because the Marcy is going to be going in a bit later on. The range for the jump in from the Marcy isn't super high. The Monkey King is most definitely not going to be initiating, right? Because his ability to stay in those trees is a bit diminished this game. You have the Clockwork Rocket Flare, you have the Lina Light Strike array. So it's a lot of vision, and it's a lot of tree destruction that they are able to provide. Not to mention you have the Tiny Tree Grab as well. Imagine how unlucky it would be if this Tiny just grabs a tree and there's a Monkey King that falls to the ground. Of course, guys, you will have to let me in on something. You will have to let me know if the in-game sound is suitable for you, or if you want me to turn it up, if you want me to turn it down. I did tinker a bit with it. Centaur for OG. I believe that I mean, it won't be bad, but I think they need an instant initiator. I think they need someone like Mars, or okay, they're going to go for a Darkseer. That is not something that I would have predicted, honestly. Why the Darkseer? The vacuum, the ion shell in the laning phase against the Tiny. Okay, but the Tiny has a lot of HP. The vacuum play later on with the Monkey King, I suppose, and the Lifestealer. It is a bit of a combination, but it's not all that great if you're OG right now. This lineup is looking just a bit lacking.
Now select your
Meanwhile, Mongols go for that Doom, recognizing the fact that they have a lot of initiation for themselves. They'll just pick up that Doombringer. You go for the Doom on towards the Lifestealer. Suddenly, he does not have the ability to Lifesteal anymore. He does not have that healing. It'll become so incredibly easy to burst him down. Of course, guys, these two are Show Tai and Show Ti, or Kelvin Lay, are the official ADS casters. So if you do want to listen to those guys, or if you want to give them a shout out or give them a follow too, feel free to do that. You know, I do wish to support the local, they are the local casters. ADS has hired a lot of local casters, so, you know, do show them some love as well. Yeah, Martin, please do let me know if the in-game sound is low. I will turn it up for you. And also make sure to follow if you want. So guys, what are your predictions? We have seen the draft, right, come out. Do you guys still think that OG is going to be ahead? Because I personally think that the draft from Team MongolZ is a little bit better. I'm going to say that it's a 65-35 in favor of Team MongolZ right now. Team OG, simply the Monkey King is countered out quite a bit. The Darkseer does synergize, but doesn't synergize super well. Meanwhile, MongolZ have a good laning phase too. The Lina versus the Monkey King, just spamming out those Dragon Slaves to be getting those last hits and to be dishing out that harass. The Tiny, who isn't the worst laner against the Darkseer, right? You have a lot of HP, you have the tree, so you might not even be in range for the Ion Shell to be damaging you over time, right? So the safe lane is going to go well, and then you have a Doom on that off lane for Team MongolZ, who, you know, will quite simply, you can't stop him from farming. You don't have, I would say you don't have the push out. Not to mention, the Doom is just going to eat the creeps. He's just going to devour the Chen creeps. So, I don't know, it's tricky. Of course, the amount of auras that OG have is probably going to work in their favor too. You have the Darkseer, who can be going for that mechanism, be going for that Pipe of Insight, perhaps even go for that Crimson Guard. So Martin, do you feel like the in-game sound, or I feel like anyone else can let me know as well, whoever wants to let me know if the in-game sound is suitable for you, or if I should turn it up. Obviously, in relation to my mic as well, I can turn up my mic too, if you want.
The battle begins.
No early game shenanigans happening for both of these sides. The early game is going to be static. Of course, OG did come out slightly ahead with that aggressive observer ward planted towards the side of the Mongols over at mid. Boss side, this is just a show of force. There is not going to be a kill potential happening here. Sure, I will increase the in-game volume just a little bit. Hopefully it's fine for you right now. I can increase it more if you want. But early start, guys. Mid lane, Bob versus 9. The Lina versus the Monkey King. Do let me know if it's fine now or if you want it increased even further. Of course, in contrast, it is also impossible to stop the Lifestealer from farming. Oh, thank you, Walcott, for letting me know. So the Lifestealer is probably not going to be zoned out, right? I mean, the Infernal Blade, the Doom Scorched Earth, it doesn't do that much to the Lifestealer. You have the Chen Creeps to zone out that Doom as well. I mean, you can try, but you have that Clockwork. So if you're not careful on this Chen, you might just end up losing your life. You absolutely cannot get stuck inside of those cogs if you are the Chen. Meanwhile, mid side, it's interesting. Lina struggling on that last hit chart. 4 denies up from the Monkey King this early on. He's essentially denied a full creep wave. There have been only 3 creep waves to come out, and he's denied a full range. And I have a feeling this is because of the Chen, the Satyr coming in to deny a lot of the mana from this Lina. And the rune! Oh, that one's got to hurt.
Tower is under attack.
2 minutes in, Lina has no mana, will be getting a bottle, so you do have those 3 bottle charges, but the perfect rune deny coming out from OG. And the pushback from 9. Bob needs to be careful. Where's the Boundless Strike? It was used. Oh, Bob. Don't want to be going in. Don't want to be going in. As it looks like 9, with the help of the Chen, has completely zoned out Bob. Mongols, the mid lane for them, just not going as planned. And this was supposed to be Lina's lane to win. And even if you don't win it, you're not supposed to be losing out in this hard of a capacity. I agree, this is a pretty hard game for OG, but their mid lane has done pretty well. I will increase the in-game sound even further. Let me know if it's alright. And of course, as you mentioned, Roseheim, best of luck to both of these teams. Still no first blood that's happened. Bob has managed to TP back into this tower. The brightness of my room, I can zoom out the... What should I do about my lights? This is an interesting position to be in, but holding that thought, guys, Castaway in a lot of trouble, will get dragged back by the Lich. The Avalanche to come out, but will it be enough to save Castaway? As the Ion Shell, it is on days. Oh, the Duke away from Castaway will be able to secure his own life. Won't be dying, won't be giving first blood away to OG, but meanwhile, topside is that threat we were talking about. Nova stuck inside of those cogs. JG is gonna come in with a swipe to get that first blood. But 9, he's here in for the counter initiation, will clean up JG. Doom falling, will give Lina a bit of space though, but if he manages to get this double kill onto the Clockwork, the battery assault has ran out. One more hit will be able to finish him too. A worth it rotation if you're OG.
Is under attack.
And to be honest, it's really worth it. It's kind of worth it if you're MongolZ as well, right? Because you do have the... you did get the Chen down, and you managed to build up some space for your Lina because the Monkey King had to rotate in. Guys, I will try to fix the light for the next game, right, but it's just a bit too difficult for me to exit my chair and fix the light immediately. But for next game, I promise you, the light, I will make sure that that's fixed. 1 and 2 right now, OG having a decent enough start. Of course, the Chen needs to be careful. Costaway, he has positioned himself on towards this top side. Monkey King. The Monkey King is giving a lot of space to the Lina, I will say. Constantly leaving his lane. The 6-minute rune is about to come out though. Who's going to be grabbing that one? There is no rotation. There is one from DJ to secure the top side, but is the rune going... Oh, wow, lucky for Bob. has the Laguna Blade. Does not have the Laguna Blade, in fact. Monkey King 9 has his own ultimate though. Not sure what he can make happen without the Laguna. Okay, so this is a good idea. Secure these creeps, get that level 6 up, get an easy, clean kill on towards that Chen. He is making his way there. They are pinging him out. Clockwork, will he be able to find him in time? Does have the haste rune. Looks like this should be a very easy kill. Yeah, it's just one more hit. Bob getting that kill onto Nova, has recovered from what was a horrendous start towards the mid side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Monkey King trying to swipe that wisdom rune, won't be able to get it. He is forced to back away with Bob coming in. I will turn the in-game sound up just a little bit more. At any point, if my mic volume goes down too much, please do let me know. Where is okay, sorry. Yeah. 2-2 right now. I have to say, guys, Mongols, they are holding their own, right? Not letting their wisdom rune be sniped. The Lina coming in with that rotation, taking down the weak link from OG in terms of sustain, right? The Chen just simply does not have that much mana.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, Tiny. It looks like they want the position 1. 3 heroes on and 4 heroes on, and the avalanche onto 3, but it's not going to be enough. Pull back and dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
OG were able to take down that Tiny, taking down the position 1 of Mongols this early on,
Is under attack.
and applying so much pressure on towards this bot side tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
9 needs to be a bit careful,
Radiant's bottom
as it
tower
seems like
is under
Mongols
attack.
want to apply a lot of pressure of their own. It doesn't seem like the Tiny will be able to defend this. The Chen has to be careful though, taking a lot of damage from Nova. Meanwhile, OG, they want to expend more resources on towards this bot side tower. They know it's very low, they want this down, and they've seen the Tiny TP in.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, the jump in from the Monkey King. The Lifestealer is on towards the Tiny as well. DJ is here with those cogs to push them back though. And 23 Savage, he needs to be a bit careful as the rotations are coming in. There is a Lich Frost Shield at the ready. The pull back on towards the Tiny, but the turnaround, the Doom is here as well, as it looks like the Marcy first one to fall. The Lifestealer down as well. OG, they've overcommitted on towards this one, and they will pay for it. Using the Tiny as bait, that was very well done.
Dire
Seb?
are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
The reveal from the Tiny and Mongols, they read OG perfectly there. They knew that the Tiny was going to be an additional target. Of course, now they didn't know that there was a very aggressive observer ward planted towards this bot side. But all in all, Mongols have managed to secure the lead up for themselves. Is my mic volume too high? Do you want me to turn it down? I mean, my mic volume is kind of set right now, I feel. But if you guys feel that my mic volume is too high, I can always turn it down a bit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Monsignor, I'm not sure, or is it Monsignor? I'm not sure if it's the same DJ. I feel like I remember which DJ you're talking about. Back in I believe 2016 2019 era, right? Who was from Team Fnatic back when Fnatic was in Southeast Asia, right? But it might be the same DJ. We actually take a look for I will take a look for you, right, on his Wikipedia to see if it's the same DJ. Yeah, he was one of the best players at that time. I completely agree with you. And it will be interesting to see his return in Dota. Meanwhile, OG will manage to take down that bot side tier 1 tower finally. after what was a bit of a crusade against that objective. Tiny will be forced back though, and look at this, they know where the Tiny is because of the observer ward, but they don't want to expend more resources. They don't want to hard commit on that risk as well, either. 4 and 3 right now, the Mongols ahead in terms of kills. If you take a look at towards the net worth though, it's a bit of a different story because OG's cores are leading the net worth chart. The Tiny is the only one from Mongols who is having a great enough time, but there's a pretty big difference between the net worth. This early on, a difference of 500 is quite a lot. Of course, the strength of the Mongols is going to be, isn't yet fully activated because, oh, now it's fully activated. They do have the level 6s up for their clockwork and the lich, and OG really need to be careful. That chain frost this early on, it can do a lot of damage. The hook shot in, it could prove to be a disaster if OG are not careful. And Mongols, they recognize this. They want to be smoking, they want to be getting a kill. They see the Monkey King too. Needs to be careful. 23 Savage, or 9 rather. The hook shot in, the light strike array, the Laguna to come out. No light strike array. In fact, the boundless strike, he's managing to turn it. The Wukong command comes out as well. The chain frost to bounce it out. The doom being expended too, just to be able to get that kill. They will find it eventually, but it's going to come at the cost of the lich. Will there be any more punishment for the Mongols for their excursion? The doom to fall, the clockwork to fall as well. A triple kill for days. Oh man, 2000 net worth lead. Sure, you got 9 down, but you paid a heavy price for that one. Your ultimates are down now as well. OG have all of this time to play with. They know the doom is going to be down, so now it's OG's time to make a move. And Spicy, I'm not sure how they got invited. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. They are pretty good teams, right? They also feature Southeast Asian players, so perhaps that's why those two teams were invited to this one.
Dire's middle tower.
Of course, we will have to see the qualification criteria because there was the Asian Dragon Series regional collision right before the Continental Collision, so I have a feeling that OG and Execration qualified through that, but I'm not too sure about that. I will have to check that out. 14 minutes in, and still the game, it's neck and neck. No snowballing action is going to be happening this game around, and OG don't even have the lineup for that snowball, right? Outside of the Lifestealer coming online in towards that mid game and suddenly they win, but I really do not see that happening. Mongols have so much room for the counter potential.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
JG did not go for that Hand of Midas. And tell me guys, do you prefer the Hand of Midas on that Doom, or do you think that the Doom is better without that Hand of Midas? For this game, I would say that you skip the Hand of Midas because you do have that Tiny, you do have that Nina. You can do so much in this game with that mid-game potential, with just the supports, with just the magical damage too. If you get a Blink Dagger on this Doom, or even if you go for those auras, it's going to do quite a lot. Pause coming in. We are going to resume the game though, and this mid-side tower, OG have acquired a lot more space for their team because the mid tower take is not that effective anymore in Dota than it used to be. The bot tower, right, if you take that down, that opens up the entirety of the jungle if you're the Dire side, as Daze is quite comfortably playing there. But it looks like Mongols, they want to be going in. Smoke up this time around again on the Monkey King. The Lifestealer is there. He is on the trees though, in perfect position to be breaking that smoke. But I'm not sure if 9 was able to spot them out. 23 Savage, the Chain Frost to come out, the Light Strike array, the Laguna, everything on towards him. But he still did not end up falling. Now the Doom to come out as well. That it looks like the Lifestealer will eventually take a fall. But the vacuum, the turnaround from OG is going to clean up Bob. It's going to clean up DJ. And the rest of the Mongols are forced to tug tails and run. But how far can they end up going? Because the chase is on from OG. They want JG. They want to take him down. The Frost Shield is buying him a lot of sustain. But how long can he survive? A counter initiation from the Tiny. JG, he's alive thanks to the Tiny. The double damage rune coming out as well. And this time around, oh man. Counter initiation upon counter initiation. That is the name of the game right now. As both of these teams, they are not willing to give it even an inch to the other side. What a perfect initiation from that Tiny at the nick of time. Oh man. And they'll be able to get this tower. OG, I mean, that chase, when you got 2 down, you used everything, right? You used the vacuum, you used your other spells, you used the Doom as well. So these counts, I believe they're overextending now a bit, both of these teams. Right, as we've seen JG overextend a bit as well. DOS, yeah, this is the best of 3. If you want to be following me, to see if how long we go, you know, we might be going to a game 3 as well, so it's going to be quite a long time till then. Holding that thought though, Tiny in a bit of trouble. The Chain Frost to come out. The Rage is not there right now, but the Chain Frost is missing a bit. But the hook shot, I heard a hook shot. Who is it going to land on? Rage is down for 8 seconds right now, so you know this could be their opening right now for Mongols. They don't have the Doom, the Clockwork. I'm not sure where the hook shot is landing. The go-call comes out, but a hook shot, it's perfect! A headshot onto 23 Savage. He will infest onto Nova, but with the Chen falling apart, where are you going to go? The Rage is back online right now, and with 9 expending his Wukong's command, he's given the space for the Lifestealer to run away. And perhaps the space for himself to disengage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But again, the chase. Movement speed buff from Daze is going to enable 9 to just simply walk away. But these excursions, they're costing so much. And to be able to fight back, you really need your entire team, right? And both of these teams recognize this. You can't simply fight with 3 heroes this game. Both of these lineups are built to fight with everyone. I mean, Bad Zorig, it's too early to say if OG are losing this, right? I could see them losing this for sure. Perhaps Mongols take the game from here, but the potential from OG to actually win this is in fact there. You are playing with a Lifestealer. His Radiance is going to come online, so you know. Of course, if you want to see who actually ends up winning this game, if you want to see till the end, Bad Zorig, then do make sure to hit that follow button. 19 minutes in now, and who would have thought a game between OG and Mongols, a relatively newer team, would be neck and neck 19 minutes in. Oh, hookshot narrowly missing though. Seb though, he feels quite safe right now as Mongols are forced to disengage. Need to be very careful, need to be getting out. But it doesn't seem like OG are going to allow it. DJ will be the only casualty though, but perhaps this opens up the potential for a Roshan play. Another OG fan, Pat Zorig. Yeah, there's a lot of OG fans in the chat right now. You can find a neat little family for yourself here because there's a lot of support for this team. For good reason. I mean, they just took down Roshan thanks to a little misplay, a little overstep by the Mongols, and now with the Aegis on towards 23 Savage, the Radiance up as well. Mongols have to be careful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Interesting. The Monkey King is going for that BKB, recognizing the threat from Bob. The Aghanim Scepter is up for him, so that Laguna Blade is going to be doing so much damage. Bob can straight up burst down the Marcy and the Chen instantly. Perhaps even the Darkseer. I wonder if the Darkseer is going for that pipe. Tormentor going to be taken down as well. Dota fan, are you sure all your sounds from your end are increased? Guys, if the rest of you can't hear this in-game sounds properly, do let me know. I will turn the sounds up. But the ratio is quite skewed a bit in favor of the sounds right now. Like, I have turned the sounds all the way to 70%. $1,000 net worth lead right now. 11 and 10, 21 minutes in. As it's still anyone's game to take. Sure, you have that Aegis on to 23 Savage, but the problem is, how do you play around this Aegis? As Mongols, they're very good at ratting the game out, very good at sticking together right now. But Bob, you've revealed yourself. Have to be careful. So does 9. He doesn't have the BKB. Ideally, you want to be using the Lifestealer to be hitting that tower. He does have that Aegis. Using your Monkey King as a sacrificial lamb may not be the best play. As they're going to recognize this. So this time around, it's going to be 23 Savage hitting that tower with the Monkey King backing him. But Mongols, they really want to fight this one. In goes the Tiny. A toss back. But the Doom coming out as well, on towards the Monkey King, the Laguna Blade as well. He's going to instantly get popped. The Lifestealer to come out. The Rage has been used as well. The Marcy falling. The Lifestealer is down too. 3 heroes down now. That is his first life. Seb though, no more mana. OG, they're collapsing right now. Nowhere to go, no way to fight back. As 23 Savage is just going to TP away, leaving Seb to fend for himself. But how far can he possibly run? The Chen down to... as it seems like Seb will be the 4th player to fall. OG.
Middle tower has fallen.
Seb, the Lifestealer, the Monkey King, they fell so quick. It seemed like the initiation from Mongols was just too strong. The burst coming down from the Mongols was just too strong as well. I mean, Bazorik, that's one perspective, right? But there's also the perspective that perhaps Mongols are playing an absolutely superb game of Dota, right? Look at this replay. An instant burst on towards the Monkey King. He stood no chance at all. And with him down, 23 Savage, the Darkseer was not in position as well. Overall, Mongols were able to recognize where the players would be and just simply outmaneuvered OG, simply destroyed their capability to counter-initiate. $6,000 net worth up for the Mongols. Three-man smoke up from OG this time around. They want to be getting this Tiny down. He needs to be careful. He doesn't have the BKB. In goes the vacuum. In goes the wall. In goes 23 Savage. In goes the Boundless Strike. And down goes the Tiny. The fight back though. Is Mongols going to even try and attempt this? BKBs to come out from Days. The Monkey King to fall down. But it doesn't seem like Mongols are going to fight. It just seems like they're going to prod OG back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower now though. In a bit of threat. Without this Tiny, how do you fight this? Definitely. And you know, for OG, it's not only the magic that they have also have the power of the flower. I don't know if the flower. I don't know if No Tail took the flower with him, but they're going to need it. You know, they're going to need both the magic and the flower if they want to be taking this series. As they're down 4,000 in net worth, they're also down the ability to fight if they get initiated on. And this is the problem, right? If you're Mongols, you're so confident starting a fight because you have that Chain Frost, you have that Laguna Blade, you have the stun toss that's going to come out. He's not even going for the Khanda just yet. So when you hit one person with all of those spells, they're sure to get bursted down. Just for casuals, this is not elimination, this is the upper bracket. It is the best of 3. If whoever loses is going to fall down towards that lower bracket, so you still have a chance to win this tournament from the lower bracket. But you know, as all double eliminations go, playing from the lower bracket is not the ideal place, right? If whoever wins this series is going to be feeling extremely confident, because Mongols, OG, Execration, and Ivory, these are the top 4 teams in the tournament right now. And if Mongols beat out OG, they're going to be thinking, hey, we just straight up beat probably the best team in this tournament right now, so we have a pretty good chance. And for OG, I feel like for OG, what they should be thinking is we need to take a step back and think that perhaps Mongols, they are a team to be respected. They are a team to be reckoned with. Just for casuals, so after this game for you, I will guide you through the group stages. I will show you the list of teams, right? I just don't want to tune away from this. If we have a bit of a static game in between, I will, and then I'll mention all the teams out to you from my memory, I suppose.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I'll do both, in fact. I will tell you the teams, and I will also show you the group stage after this first map is over. OG, they're doing a pretty good job at actually laying down the pressure on some of these objectives, right? And that's something that Mongols lack. Sure, you've taken down that tier 2 tower towards that top side, but your tier 3s are being threatened right now. The tier 1 tower for OG is still standing on towards that bot lane. Nah, OGs ain't gonna disband, man. They're not gonna disband as long as they have that flower. They're going to do the opposite of this ban. They're going to band up. They're going to smoke up us 4. But DJ is going to break out that smoke. The Boundless Strike is going to be expended on a couple of illusions. They need to be careful right now. Mongols recognizing their strength, knowing that the Monkey King can't fight back right now. Going to go in on Daze, finish him out quickly. The Doom to come out on towards the Darkseer. They want to chase. They know that the Doom's used, so they want to be getting as many kills as possible. The Chen will be another casualty. JG going to leap forward on towards the Darkseer. The Doom is going to run out, but the Darkseer, no more mana. Bob will clean him up. A triple kill for the Lina. Ghost Scepter, no rage available. He's stunned down right now. Another stun center warden. The stun toss going to clean him up. 23 Savage. 9,000 net worth lead up for the Mongols right now. And who would have thought? OG fans, where are you right now as the Mongols have something to prove?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh man, look at this. The Boundless Strike, they saw it was used. So they knew this was their time to go back in. They knew they can chase as far as they want. OG have no ability to defend this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, just so clean, right? All of these skills, the Mongols are making this look easy. And against a team like OG, that is not an easy endeavor. Another stun. Where's the toss though? he wasn't quite able to get the toss, and that'll allow Daze to actually jump in, the Darkseer to come out as well. JG, no more mana. He's going to end up falling even if he has a Frost Shield on him, but the saves, the first off to come out. OG weren't able to clean that one. Of course, guys, if you guys are enjoying the cast, then please make sure to hit that follow button. It would help me out a lot, and you know, I hope to cast a lot of Dota. I hope to bring some of these leagues to you, partnering up with tournaments, partnering up with organizations to do these co-casts, apart from doing official casts and official analysis for other organizers out there. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Spicy. And thank you, Astra GG. I'm sorry, the quality on my laptop is not that nice, but it looks like a Roche play is underway. The Darkseer to fall, Seb down, Nova down. You do have the Aegis on the Lifestealer, but does it matter? As Daze has fallen, he's trying to exit the gate, but they're going to chase behind him. Where are you gonna go? 23 Savage, the toss of JG on towards him, as it doesn't seem like he has anywhere to run. Yeah, he's just going to get cleaned up. 4 heroes down now again, and the Monkey King, he wasn't even present for that fight. Oh, look at this, the vacuum, very good, but oh no, the vacuum actually brought the Clockwork in towards him. The Clockwork was able to use the cogs. OG unintentionally set up the kills for MongolZ themselves. Sure, you were able to deny the Aegis away from the MongolZ, but I mean, that's a pity prize if nothing else. $24-11 now, 16,000 net worth lead right now. MongolZ, Yasha and Kaya and Ethereal Blade up and ready for the Lina. Forced off though, and a Sinister Gaze, the Laguna to come out. Seb, he's dead. 19,000 net worth lead. MongolZ. And it looks like they're not done just quite yet. Scepter up for that Clockwork will give them so much vision, and suddenly the Monkey King, we're talking about his ability to stay in those trees and how it's diminished this game, is going to go even further down. Oh, hook shot in. Can I get a look at that hook shot? It is on towards the Marcy. The Lifestealer is there though, but with the Ghost Scepter, he won't be able to do anything. The Chen, Nova, the first one to fall. They have found a tiny nullifier on him. Will they be able to take him down right now, or will there be a counter initiation on towards the Lifestealer? The Doom has been popped out, and now OG, nowhere to go, no way to fight. As Seb barely managing to respawn right now, but not in time to help out his team. Yeah, DOS, this is a best of 3. And this is the first game of the best of 3. So after this, we have a guaranteed 1 more match and perhaps 2 more matches. I will be bringing you guys those matches live. As MongolZ, they've stationed themselves nicely towards this high ground. Will be able to clean up this first set of racks. No buybacks available just yet. But of course, OG will be respawning. They do have another glyph available should they want to use it.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, Bazorik, that's absolutely right. Yangon Galacticos actually beat MongolZ 2-0, which was super surprising for me. I tried finding the game, but I couldn't. But I mean,
Regeneration.
but the 28,000 net worth lead, a full hex up from Bob. Oh man. What does OG do? 3-man smoke. They want this Lina. But the Lina just a bit too quick up in with the hex counter initiation. And Nine's dead. He's gone. That was the plan. That was... Oh no. Bob. He's right. He's feeling a bit bored. Oh man. And the Monkey King is probably going to be feeling a bit bored too. And it's another initiation on towards the Marcy, a quick and easy kill on today's. Fearless, another fan for the Mongols. So, you know, the Mongols, I have to say, through this in this chat, they are gaining quite a few fans for themselves. As before this match started, everyone was mostly in favor of OG, but as people are seeing Mongols perform, seeing just how much of a punishment Mongols have put out on towards OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of course, Fearless, if you are enjoying the cause, and you too, Lonely Katana, if you guys are enjoying the cause, please make sure to hit that follow button. It would help me out quite a bit. 31,000 net worth lead up for the Mongols right now. Oh, another stun, another Laguna, and Savage suddenly going to fall. It looks like it's the last play for OG as they are struggling to fight against this Tiny, buying back, but just not being able to put up enough of a fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thank you, Rickus. Or Risis, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Do correct me, whichever it is. Rickus or Risis, so first or second. And I'm glad that you enjoy. Oh, Rick is freak. Oh, okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
35,000 net worth lead. OG, they've bought back, and now they're going in for a smoke play. If they lose this, they might just end up giving up game number 1. But it's a Hail Mary play at best. If they're able to get this Lina, perhaps they can make something happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Mongols, they've just positioned themselves towards this side lane. Of course, there is an observer ward from OG, so they do know where Bob is. They do know where the Lina is. The observer ward is going to get taken out, but OG are just not in position. Roshan is going to spawn in about 32 seconds. I feel like it's going to come down to a Rosh play. I feel like that is where both of these teams are going to decide this first game, or at least that is where OG will have their fate decided for them, as I'm not sure if they can take... I actually don't think that they can take an Aegis fight if the Aegis is on towards, for example, this Lina or this Tiny. So they have to go in for a desperate play. But it seems like Mongols, they're not interested in that Roshan, not interested in that Aegis, not even interested in that level 25, which is just around the corner for this Tiny. They want to be going in. Bob, Hex up, Laguna. Blightstealer still alive with a toss up though. That's going to finish him off. The Chain Frost to come out as well. OG not even being able to fight back. 9 in a desperate attempt to unleash his Wukong's command. But he's not commanding anyone, as he's just going to end up falling as well. GG is called by OG. They've had enough of a thrashing by the Mongols. They've had enough punishment in this game number 1. 41,000 net worth lead. And game number 1 going in favor of Team Mongols. What a game, guys. What a I mean, to everyone who's predicting it, I completely agree that you thought that perhaps OG would have 2-0'd this in a very easy fashion, right? And I could have even agreed that OG were probably going to take game number 1. But Who would have thought that Mongols would not only win, but they would dominate OG through and through the early game. They didn't even let the lead slide away for even just a little bit, right? But one thing though, I promised someone to show them the group stages and who all is participating in this tournament. So I do want to be going over that for them. So these are the teams that are participating in this tournament, right? And like I mentioned, there was a regional tournament where OG and Execution came from. It was the regional collision, right? That's where OG and Execution came from. And of course you have the group stage seeds. There were 2 groups previously. Today was the first day of the playoffs. You have the Mongols. Actually, I'll show you this way, right? You have Caterpillars, Interactive Philippines, Ivory, and Team Essence in group number A. And you had Ascent Esports, Teamless, Mongols, and Yangon Galacticos in group number B. And unfortunately for Yangon, despite of the fact that they were able to 2-0 the strongest team in their group, they still could not find their way into the playoffs, as they did lose out in the rest of their matches, if you can take a look over here. But for the other teams, they have a lot to prove, right? Interactive Philippines versus Team Ascent and Team Teamless versus Team Essence. So these are the teams that came forward, and the Mongols and Ivory were the leaders of their respective group in terms of wins in the playoff brackets. Earlier today, Execution and Team Ivory played in a best of 3 where Ivory lost out 2-0. They got absolutely dominated most of those games. But now it's time for the upset. Or should I say upset? Is it an upset? Did that game look like there was a weaker team winning against a stronger team, or did it look like it was just a stronger team just dominating an overall weaker team? I don't know which one it is, but hopefully OG, though, they have the likes of, they have the experience. In my opinion, they have superior experience. They've been in the game for a lot longer. They can pick themselves back up. If I were them, that's what I hope to see from them, right? That was game number 1. There's still 1 more game to go, perhaps 2 more games to go, right? Should OG mount a comeback, I believe in them, honestly. I did predict a 2-1 for OG, right? So they could even win 2 games in a row if they chose to. I just think that their draft was overall weaker. I mean, this Darkseer pick, this Chen pick, just not really all that useful. Against the Doom, against the Lina to come out. You pick the Monkey King first hand and instantly getting countered. Look at this. Lina, Clockwork, Tiny, all heroes that counter out the Monkey King quite well. Being able to destroy those trees and with those AoE stuns, it was a bit of an outdraft in my opinion. But guys, that was game number 1. I am not going to turn off the stream, right? We are going to keep it running, but I want to be able to heat up my tea, right? If you guys have questions or anything, leave them in the comment section. I will heat my tea and I will come back to join you guys. I will probably take around 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. And if you all enjoyed the cast, right, please make sure to hit that follow button. Follow me on my Twitter as well if you want to know which tournaments I'm going to be casting. My Twitter is linked to my Twitch account, right? So you can find the Twitter link there as well. But see you guys in just 5 minutes.
ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One expert မှာထိတ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One expert ကစားသူများ One expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One expert မှာထိတ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One expert ကစားသူများ One expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One expert မှာထိတ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One expert ကစားသူများ One expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝင်များကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One expert မှာထိတ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 ၏ hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One expert ကစားသူများ One expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲ ကျေးဇူးပြုပြီးယနေ့ညရဲ့ကျေဝေများကိုကြိုဆိုလိုက်ကြရအောင် One Expert မှာထိပ်တန်းစုများကိုရယူထားသူ Dota 2 Hero များအကောင်းဆုံးတည်ဆောင်မှု Hunter Lancer အကောင်းဆုံးပံ့ပိုးမှု Mossy အကောင်းဆုံးအလေလံ Zeus အိုးငါဘက်ကိုဆိုလိုတာပါအကောင်းဆုံးကစားသမားစု One Expert ကစားသူများ One Expert ဒါသင်ရဲ့ pick ပဲ
Hey guys, I just need to plug in my laptop. One second. There we go. I will adjust this as well. All right. I had to recenter myself because my laptop is plugged in. Because I went in before. But guys, welcome back to the Asian Dragon series Continental Collision, where through the regional collision, OG and Execration managing to find their spot in the upper bracket playoffs. Execration, although having a better time than OG because they did win 2-0 against Team Ivory. OG, though, struggling against the Mongols from what was an absolute beatdown of a game. They're down 1-0 right now. They're down 0-1 rather right now. Can they mount a comeback? Let me know in the comment section if you guys think that OG will be taking this game number 2. Or whether you think that if this is going to be a very quick and easy, clean sweep for the Mongols. And of course, if you guys are enjoying the cast, then make sure to hit that follow button. I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Sined. And thank you, Folkram, I think that's how, yeah, Folkram. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoy the cast. I had an absolute blast casting MongolZ and OG first time in the first game, and I hope you guys are having just as much fun as I am. Of course, do let me know your prediction in the comment section. Right off, okay, I need to move this so that it doesn't interfere with anything. Okay, there we go. So right off the bat, Mongols are going to be picking themselves up that Bristleback, banning out that Phantom Assassin and that Beast Monster. And in fact, they banned out the Monkey King too, which is surprising considering the fact that Monkey King just did not have that great of a game. Obviously, you were able to counter it out with those picks. Meanwhile, OG on the other side, banning out that Batrider. Oh, I thought it was a bristleback pick. What happened there? And the timers are kind of stopped as well. I think there's a bit of an overlay issue happening. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, so there we go. I hope it's a bristleback pick, right? It was a bit of a sneaky one. Meanwhile, the Pugna being picked up over on the side of OG. Those quills are physical damage, so the Pugna's Decrepify will be able to help whoever's caught survive. Of course, it is AoE damage, right? So it can, and Decrepify can only be used on one target. So perhaps, it can work, perhaps it won't work. We'll really have to see some of those other heroes coming out to see what is actually going to happen in game. Lycan being banned out from the MongolZ. The Southeast Asian scene really does not like that Lycan, and I have seen yesterday and the day before, in fact, we saw position 1 Lycans come out. I will move this even further ahead. Right, we saw position 1 Lycans come out, and that was surprising for me. In Execution versus Team Ivory, we saw Execution actually picking up a position 1 Night Stalker. Have you guys ever seen a position 1 Night Stalker in competitive Dota? I've been doing analysis for not that long, I would say. I have been involved in the European and the MENA region for the past 7 to 8 months, and I have not seen a Lycan position 1. I've seen a lot of Lycan position 3. I've seen a lot of Night Stalker position 3, but not those heroes in that position 1 role. And I love this. Someone mentioned in the chat that one of the casters was wearing an OG shirt. Oh man, Shorty. Well, I guess we won't need to pick his brain on who he thinks is winning, right? It is. Of course, guys, this is the clean feed, so you won't be able to hear the caster talk. It is just me, and if you hit that follow button, I'm going to bring in a co-caster with me for tomorrow, and I will be doing all of the matches tomorrow because we are in the playoffs, right? So we'll have 2 lovely voices, hopefully, and then hopefully, whoever I bring is going to have a much lovelier voice than I do. Bloodseeker ban coming out from the MongolZ. Now that is the hero that we have been seeing in the competitive scene quite a lot. The Dragon Knight still not banned out though. The Morphling still not banned out. First round exit. Oh man, and that's if they can qualify in a tournament. Oh man, Fearless, you didn't do them any favors, man. That was rough. Shadow Shaman coming out from Team OG right now. I wonder what the battle plan for them is going to be. Beastmaster is banned, so the threat of those Serpent Wards isn't really all that great right now. They want to be picking more heroes up for that pushing potential, but I have a feeling it's for that level 15 talent. It's when you get that break mechanism, level 10 talent, or it's the level 15 talent, sorry. It's when the Shadow Shaman gets that break mechanism right, you can then take the Bristleback down quite easily, because the Phantom Assassin is banned, and the Nyx Assassin is banned, so there are not a lot of heroes that offer that natural break through their spells or abilities, but OG, recognizing this, have picked up the Shadow Shaman for themselves. A support more, in fact, okay, so no, guys, just to let you know, the overlay over here, the player names, they're not correctly assigned to the heroes being picked up, because of course you select the hero beforehand and the names are in the tiles right now. Bob is not going to be playing the support mode. The Bob's still going to be going mid. So you'll have a position 4 Morta versus and position 3 Bristleback versus OG right now. And what a pick by MongolZ, because the spirits from Bob, right, the dead spirits or the evil spirits, I would say, the silence coming out from them can straight up break that shackle, can also break that life drain. So very potent hero against both of the heroes from Team OG. Oh, just for the picking stage, I will adjust my camera. Um, there we go. So after this, I'll move my camera back. Sorry for the disruption, guys. It is a Pugna and it is a Shadow Shaman, and it is going to be a Primal Beast and Terror Blade to come out. You're very welcome. And Avenger, if you enjoy the cast, and Qlot, you too, if you guys enjoy the cast, please make sure to hit that follow button. I would really appreciate it. Just so that I can bring you guys some more of these casts. Of course, only if you actually like my casting style. MongolZ going to pick up themselves up that Pangolier and that Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. That's an interesting pick. Not sure who that's designed against. Perhaps the Primal Beast. I mean, technically you can save whoever is being pulverized, and you can also stop 9 during his onslaught, right, midway. So that's a very unique interaction. And DJ, like someone correctly mentioned, Shadow Demon is DJ is the same player from Team Fnatic of long ago, back when Team Fnatic was in the C region. Previously they were in the European region, then they went towards the Southeast Asian region, right? They're not in Dota currently. I believe they're in Counter-Strike, but DJ was a phenomenal player back then, and he's still a phenomenal player, as MongolZ demonstrated in the previous game. Of course, we will have to see what the last pick is going to be. The carry is missing from Team MongolZ though. I believe Team OG have revealed their carry. It is going to be that Terror Blade. Not really sure about this Terror Blade all that much. You have a lot of silences up at the ready as well. You have the Pangolier and the Bristleback. It's going to be very difficult for OG to actually fight with this Terror Blade, because the Shackle isn't going to be as reliable. The Pulverize isn't going to be as reliable because of the Shadow Demon disruption. And perhaps you might not even be able to get your Sunder out if MongolZ are able to initiate quick enough. So what do you pick if you're OG right now? And who do you guys think is going to be the last pick for both of these teams? We're missing the mid laners. So, guys, tell me, who do you think OG are going to pick for their mid lane, and who do you think MongolZ are going to go for? It could even be a mid Pangolier for MongolZ, to be fair, right? In fact, it is most likely, well, what am I thinking? It is most likely going to be a mid Pangolier. MongolZ are going to be looking to pick up their carry up next. Meanwhile, OG are looking to pick up their mid hero. Lina is open, you're right. And Lina does very well against the Pangolier. Lina, if you get that Laguna Blade up, you can straight up burst down DJ. Or whoever's playing the Shadow Demon. And even the Morta, when the Morta activates his own ultimate, right? So very good spot out there, Fearless. That was nicely done. The puck is open as well from OG. And the spirits as well, to be fair. You can go for something like the Earth Spirit, for example, if you're OG. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be going in for a melee hero against so much control and against so much, I would say, disruption. And, it looks like MongolZ are actually going to snag that one up. Oh, you meant Lina for the MongolZ. Wow, what an amazing spot, Fearless. It's going to be the Lina for the MongolZ, and it looks like it's going to be a Bristleback on that carry position and a Pangolier on that offlane position versus OG. Now, what is going to be OG's mid laner? Yeah, he's just going to straight up delete this Pugna. Not to mention, it's added insurance, right? You had the disruption, and you had the Morta as well for that Pugna and Shadow Shaman. Now you've added a layer of protection, a layer of insurance on top, which is going to be the Lina. What mid lane do you pick? You could go for the Queen of Pain. The Queen of Pain loses in the laning phase against the Lina, but then does a lot better as the game progresses. Not to mention, Lina does pretty well against the Shadow Demon. The Disruption Illusions, once it comes out, you can burst them down in one go. Does pretty well against the Pangolier because you do have that pushback mechanism. And you have a decent follow-up in the form of 9 to be able to make that one work. Oh. Okay. It's going to be a Dragon Knight. They're going to be going for a Dragon Knight. Is this a Dragon Knight mid? Or is this a Primal Beast mid? A Primal Beast mid, a Dragon Knight carry, and Terrorblade towards that offlane. That could work. But a Dragon Knight mid against a Lina, I do not want to see that. That's like, honestly, I don't think that's going to be the right play. So I think this is going to be a Dragon Knight on that safe lane position. It's going to be a Terrorblade on that off lane position, and it's going to be a mid Primal Beast versus the Lina. What do you guys think? Is that how they're going to go about it? I mean, this time around, also, I'm seeing a bit of a drafting discrepancy between both of these two teams. Who do you guys think is favored in terms of draft? I previously predicted in game number 1 that MongolZ had a better draft. I said a ratio about 65-35. I wouldn't say that OG have a lot worse of a draft this time around, right? But their draft still doesn't look as good as Team MongolZ, right? So I would say it's 60-40 right now, 60 in favor of the MongolZ, because, I mean, the Dragon Knight pick, if it came earlier on and if you didn't have that Terrorblade, then I suppose it would have worked out. But I mean, I don't know, we just have to wait and see how it goes, to be honest. I will say Dragon Knight, you can get that Silver Edge up, right? And you have two potent forms of break mechanisms, one from the Shadow Shaman and the other one from the Silver Edge itself, coupled with the high attack damage of the Dragon Knight. You could potentially win from there as well. Dragon Knight is not that bad into Lina. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it can work. You're right, because you do have that very high HP regen, right? And Lina is forced to just play with the magic damage because the physical attacks won't matter as much to the DK because you have that very high amount of armor as well. So past that level 6 mark, you know, if you go for something like the Mage Slayer, then the Dragon Knight has a pretty wonderful time. Thank you for the follow, Creature. Quad 1. I'm gonna call you Quad 1 if that's okay with you. Quad 1 just has a really nice ring to it. OG, do you really want to be fighting right now? Seb, you're in pretty deep, my friend. DJ is there. He is going to get feared back, but is there going to be any more follow-up? Because all of OG are prepared for this. Seb is pretty low. The disruption to come out as well. Is it going to be enough, though? Everyone using all of these spells. The Primal Beast doing a lot of damage right now. MongolZ, Bob, the first one to fall to 9. And the Bristleback to follow. Hey, I saw someone else also follow me. Please say hi in the chat so I can give you a shout out, because you know there was a first blood that was happening, so I couldn't engage with you, but I would love to know who followed me. OG this time around, they're off to a very good start. And so it is going to be 9 with that Primal Beast. And thank you, Dunta Stop, DNTA Stop. So thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoy what is going to be an exhilarating series between Mongols and OG. Game number 2. Of course, game number 1 did go in favor of the Mongols. OG are risking dropping down to that lower bracket as Castaway has managed to snipe not 1 but 2 couriers from OG. No sustain going to be coming out for this side, so that means if this bristleback wants, he can essentially spam out those quill sprays and be taking down a lot of HP, and so OG won't be able to get that sustain, right? So that's one way he could play. Thank you for the follow, Unknown. And hello, Sir Massimo. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, right? But thank you for the follow. Hope you have a good time. And thank you, Hard Stuff, for the follow too. Hope you all have an amazing time. Of course, the game is pretty static right now, and I want to take a bit of a look into the lanes for some of these teams, for the lanes for this game. On that top side, you have 23 Savage on that Dragonite and the Pugna. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have JG on that Pangolier and DJ on that Morta. There is no kill potential that I personally see on that top side. So it's mostly going to be that bot side that is going to have a lot of action. Seb popping his Metamorphosis, trying to deal a lot of damage onto Castaway, but needs to be careful. The Bristleback landing his Quill Sprays, and it might just be a double kill. Seb the first one to fall. One more Quill Spray. Daze. Is he going to be stay alive from here? Bristleback, he wants to be going in. Will dive to find that double. And Massimo, is your what is your prediction for this game? And Creature or Quad 1, I promise I will call you Quad 1, assuming you're okay with that. You still haven't let me know, but Quad 1 OG is actually in the Southeast Asian region now,
Under attack.
instead of the European region. And welcome to Ryuzin for joining us today. Hope you have a good time watching 9 swallow all of these creeps. He managed to divert 2 entire creep waves for himself. Yeah, I kind of agree, Unknown. You know, my prediction personally for this series was going to be a 2-1 in favor of OG. But Mongols absolutely laid down the hammer in the previous game. I mean, it didn't seem like OG were able to put up much of a fight at any point past the mid game. So at least, you know, even if OG dropped down to the lower bracket, I hope they do it while putting up a fight. Do you guys drink tea, like milk tea? I love my milk tea. I'm from Pakistan, so milk tea is like what you have for breakfast and what you have in the evening and what you have at night. Bot side, it seems like OG have reconciled with the fact that they don't want to be going in for these aggressive maneuvers against the Bristleback and a Shadow Demon of all heroes. The instant disruption to those shackles is just going to do a lot. And 9, look at this, he's an absolute monster, just clearing off so many creeps. He's almost hit his level 6. I mean, James, I think that, first, everyone has their bad days, everyone has their bad seasons. Hopefully Seb can you know, pick himself up, but I think what Seb is able to offer to his team is not only just good play, but it's also the fact that he brings a lot of experience to the Southeast Asian squad, right? With that experience, perhaps through time OG can actually improve. Meanwhile, bot side, 9 onto Bristleback might just find the kill, but the disruption from the Shadow Demon going to stop the Pulverize midway before it even landed the first hit. And it looks like Daze won't be able to find anything there. I do agree that losing to Mongols is a bit of a surprise. And it's not something that I would expect. Meanwhile, mid side, 9 almost finding the kill onto Bob, but now needs to be careful because he has ran out of juice, ran out of that speed. But James, you also have to consider that Mongols are playing this exceptionally well. And also, Mongols have a few previous tier 1 players too, right? They have DJ playing that support position. He was one of the best support players in the scene back in, I would say, 2016, 2017. So it's not like Mongols are, you know, a team that you can take lightly. You have to bring your A game. OG though, double damage drone up for the Primal Beast, will get initially silenced. GJ though does not have his level 6. Will 9 find the range for that Pulverize? The Laguna, they come out at the disruption to save the Pangolier just in time, but it won't be enough as Nova will find the blast and will send him to his grave. As OG, they were planning to commit a lot onto that one, but only managing to find the Pangolier. Sure, it is a position 3. It is still worth it at the end of the day because you managed to bring out a lot of rotation from Mongols.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's for me.
2 and 3 right now. 2,000 net worth lead up for OG. Lina going to find a lot of stacks for himself, not being left behind by this Primal Beast. Yeah, that's something that Mongols don't have, but imagine if Mongols were able to get that experience, right? Because this is the team that is up and coming. In ESL 1, in the close qualifiers for the ESL 1 Bangkok, they lost. They came in the 9th to 16th position, but in the most recent ESL, in ESL, the qualifiers for ESL Raleigh, they placed in 4th, which is, you know, you might think that's still not that great, but it's showing a lot of improvement, right? And that's really the best thing you can ask from a young squad such as the one in Mongols. If they're able to consistently improve, then perhaps, you know, they're gonna have a really good time going. Perhaps they're gonna have a really good time in 2025 or even 2026. I would hope to see. Tell me what you guys think. Would you like to see Mongols improve to the point where, you know, they're a contender in some of these tier 1 tournaments? I miss the days when, you know, you had a serious TI contender from Southeast Asia. Back when, you know, Team Orange used to be a thing, or back when Team Titan was a thing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures.
Tier 1 tower towards that mid side, taking a lot of pressure. Now OG, they have stationed quite a lot of heroes towards this mid side. They want to be taking this tower down, but OG are not going to let them. At least not without a fight. Now the Dragon Knight, the good thing for OG, the Dragon Knight has a lot of farm. 5,000 net worth up for the Dragon Knight. And if it's a contest between the Bristleback versus a Dragon Knight, I would favor the Dragon Knight, right? Just the fact that you can get that silver edge up means, and in late game you have a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, Daze is going to suffer quite a bit of that as he's going to lose his life to Bob.
Burn, baby, burn.
Radiant's top tower.
As 9 is forced to run away, they will be able to dish out a lot of pressure. And OG, look at this. They're going to be able to take this mid-side tier 1 tower, and perhaps Mongols can get a trade, but opening that tower up is going to be a lot worth it. The mid tower versus
Has fallen.
a side lane tower, the side lane tower objective is much better, right? Simply because you open up a lot of space. OG can now play in that triangle region
Radiant structures are
if they want to, but it seems like Mongols are interested in taking the fight to that bot lane. A Hex onto the position 1, Bristleback. He's a bit isolated. In fact, he's completely isolated. A disruption, though, will be able to save him just in time. But the Dragon Knight coming with that breath of fire from behind will be able to clean the Shadow Demon up. And it looks like the Bristleback will not be able to find an escape here, being pulverized to his death right now. Does have the quill sprays, as 9 needs to be really careful, needs a bit of backup, but it seems like backup has arrived.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, Sir Massimo, the Mongols are up 1 game. And they're looking. I don't want to give them some bad juju, but they are looking a bit shaky in this game. I have to say, some of these engagements, they haven't been as consistent than they have in the previous game. So that's something that Mongols have to work with. This Lina hasn't popped off like the last game, right? Lina last game just did so much damage, but it doesn't seem like Mongols are going to have the same game again, as OG are a lot better prepared. OG have a Dragon Knight that has a lot of farm, a hero that can actually fight very well in the early to mid game, and against a Bristleback, against a hero that the Dragon Knight does do well in, simply because of the fact that you can get the silver edge up and hits onto the Bristleback, right, with that dragon will do splash damage. So if you're relying on the Bristleback to be providing you that front line, then it might not work out that well, because 23 Savage with that splash could potentially deal a lot of damage even if he's hitting or targeting the Bristleback. Fearless, I mean, they do have the heroes, they do have the temperament, they do have the skill, they have everything that they need to be taking this game against OG, right? It's just a matter of execution, and whether or not OG this time around, how much of a fight they can put out, right? It does seem like OG are this time around preparing for that comeback, right? They have that Dragon Knight, they are a lot more consolidated, I would say. They're still ahead in terms of net worth, 3,000 gold lead ahead. So hopefully we get to see a game 3. I would like to see that, and I would like to see it, you know, with all of you alongside. Thank you, DOS. And of course, if you like the casting, please make sure to hit that follow button. But let's follow the action, as JG, he's in a lot of trouble right now. The onslaught on him as well, the pulverize to come out. Mongols, they are going to try and respond, but the TPs in are not going to be doing anything. The Wisdom Rune being snagged as well by OG. Hey, SPZ, I'm not biased. It's my literal job not to be biased. I'm just simply, you know, the amount of pressure that Mongols are faced with in their objectives, right? You take a look at the objectives that OG are still able to hold on to. Their tier 1 tower towards their top side, their tier 1 tower towards their mid side. They've only lost 1 tower. Meanwhile, Mongols, they've lost their tier 2 tower towards their top side, right? They've lost their tier 1 tower towards their bot side, and it doesn't seem like Mongols are able to formulate in a very effective way. They're getting a bit picked off right now, right? And they still need quite a lot to come online. This Bristleback is not having that great of a game. But it seems like Mongols, they formulated a plan for this one, and it's going to be on the Dragon Knight, a Laguna, to take down Savage. Yeah, Sir Massimo, I'm definitely looking forward to Game 3, and I'm also looking forward to, costing Game 3 with you watching and tuning in, and also giving me your very valued opinion as well. So hopefully we can see Game 3 together.
Dire's top tower.
Thank you for the follow, DOS,
Dire's top tower.
and thank you for the compliment as well.
Radiant.
Your feedback allows me to continually improve my cast. I'm not that great of a streamer. I'm very new to the streaming scene. I have some experience casting. Oh, hex up. The Dragon Knight making his way there. The shackle is going to be cancelled though, and that means 23 Savage does not have the space to be landing that stun. Bob in the range for the array, but is going to miss, and that means both teams, in fact, not really finding what they wanted there. But OG, it looks like they're fine with that. It looks like they're fine with the disengage because they have their eyes on the prize. They have their eyes on the Aegis of immortality. Well, Rick, I am officially hired. I am hired for official tournaments, just not at the level of Tier 1 stage. I hope to be casting Tier 1 Dota, and that is where your support really matters, right? If you all like me, then perhaps PGL will like me too. But you know what Mongols don't like, you know what these teams don't like, is being pushed back as OG. It looks like they're going to try and fight this one around the onslaught, landing on towards two heroes. Meanwhile, the Bristleback struggling to find a target, shackled down, isolated from his team, and it looks like he might have a bit of room to run away with JG going in with that rolling thunder. But OG have not lost a single hero. They are trying to fight back though. Bob will be able to find 9. No, missing the light strike array. Castaway will be able to finish him off though. 23 Savage does still have the Aegis. Is content fighting against JG. Will be able to take him down thanks to the metamorphosis from Seb. And overall, it looks like the fight has gone pretty evenly for both of these sides, having only lost their offlaner. Thank you, Rick. That is the dream, and it's a dream that I hope to achieve with you guys, with you, following my journey. Am I able to replay hard stuff? Unfortunately, I'm on the clean feed, so I don't have access to the game. So that means I also don't have access to a lot of info that I normally have when I'm casting official tournaments, right? Because then I'm in the game, so I'm able to look at the last hits, and I'm able to look at all sorts of stats and the graphs as well. But from a clean feed, I can only look at what you're looking at. And what we're looking at is Nova being punished.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Primal Beast. Mongols, I have to say, they're pretty confident, right? For a team that's playing against an Aegis. Of course, they must realize that the dragon form is down, so that's why they are this confident. And right now, it's anyone's game, guys. We saw in the last fight that both of these teams were so neck and neck in terms of firepower, in terms of fighting potential. The Bristleback was very tanky. OG, despite having 4 heroes on him, they weren't able to take him down. But Seb, you need to be careful. Bob, Seb has revealed the fact that that's the real Terror Blade, and he's the one that should be afraid. But is he going to be OG? They're coming in. The cavalry is here to help out their position 3. The Dragon Knight on towards the Bristleback does not have that stun, so they won't be able to lock anyone down. With this, Mongols, they've successfully disengaged. But it does come at the price of this Tormentor, though. So Rick, I quite literally started streaming a few days ago. I'm not, I will obviously stream some more, there is no subscribe button because I'm not a partner yet. I'm very close to becoming a Twitch partner, so once I have that, I'll have a subscribe button so you can follow me if you want. Until then, I plan on giving you guys some nice content and some even nicer content once we have that subscribe button. That would be nice. Oh geez, like Guardian when initiating fights. Oh man. Oh. Aegis should be expiring anytime
Is under attack.
right now. I didn't take a look at the timer for when they picked up that Aegis, so I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be. The BKB is up for that Primal Beast as well. And yeah, Rick, this is my personal channel. Hopefully I'll have you on as one of my subscribers when I do have the channel up, when I do have that button up. But that's obviously optional. I will provide you with the best content I can, irrespective of whether or not anyone is able to subscribe. It's just I suppose the subscribe just gives some perks, right? And I can obviously offer those, but the base model of me bringing you the best version of me that I can is always going to be there. In goes the Dragon Knight. Savage instantly getting silenced up though, does not have that BKB. The Aegis is going to expire. OG were very eager to expend that Aegis in a fruitful way, but it doesn't seem like they're going to get what they want. Oh, initiation from JG. 9 does use his BKB. The Laguna Blade to come out on towards him as well. And the position 3 Primal Beast 9 is down for the count. DOS, I don't think I'll be costing NGX versus Party Vision because this is the official Costream, so I'm partnered up with Asian Dragon Series to be bringing this tournament to you. But that does mean that tomorrow I will be costing the lower brackets for this tournament, right? And there's a lot of Dota that I have planned for you guys. After this one, there's going to be Division 1 German Dota. After that, there's going to be Division 1 Irish Dota, right? So it's not like it's going to be really tier 1 teams or tier 2 teams out there, but it's still, you know, a lot of international Dota, a lot of players who are trying to make it, much like me who's trying to make it in streaming. Mayhem, yeah, that's right. I'm a doctor, and more specifically, I am an aspiring pediatrician, so I'm like the kids doctor, right? So that's kind of like my day job. And of course, like I mentioned in the comment section, I can't give you any actionable information as a medical doctor. But with common ailments, you know, they're so common. I can give you legit advice if that's what you're looking for. You know, anything to help out as much as I can. Oh, initiation. 23 Savage, instantly backing up because of those TPs. 8-8 right now. 6,000 net worth lead, but that net worth lead is a bit deceptive because OG, they're afraid right now. They're afraid of dropping down. They're afraid of the rolling thunder. On to 23 Savage. Does not have the BKB up just yet. 9 pulverized to try and counter initiate. He will be able to find the kill on towards that Pangolier, and the onslaught on towards Castaway will finish him off with a light striker in Laguna Blade. On towards the Primal Beast. Seb taking a lot of damage as well. 23 Savage trying to re-initiate, but he's the only sustain that OG have against the Bristleback. Do you really want to be fighting this one? They're going to try, but the Bloodstone being activated, that's a lot of heal. You want to be getting out. 23 Savage, no, you've lost the Dragon form. Will be able to find the TP out though. OG, they lost that team fight. As soon as they lost that Primal Beast and that Terror Blade, they should have gone out, but they chose to commit and stay. And MongolZ's ability to stay composed in those team fights, their ability to, you know, reset, reinitiate. Lina missing that, did land that stun once, but it was on a BKB up target. Fell back just a little bit to re-engage, despite of the fact that they lost their Pangolier. Look at this. He literally turned around. Bob went around on towards 9, got that Laguna Blade down on towards the Primal Beast, took that Terror Blade down as well. Meanwhile, the Bristleback just stood his ground fighting, confident in his team that they will be able to provide them with some form of backup. Oh man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Why not a Basher on the Bristleback? I mean, Bristleback isn't exactly... There are two ways to play the Bristleback, right? There's one way where you go for that 1v1 fighter, like you mentioned, the Basher would be going on, and the other way is to be going in with those aura builds or those that AoE build. Welcome, Necros. I hope that's how you pronounce it. So that's how you play the Bristleback, right? Most of the time. So then you don't really go for that Basher. If you're in this position where you have to play the carry for your team, ideally you want to be dishing out as much of that AoE damage as you can, because you're not going to match Savage on this Dragon Knight in terms of raw 1v1 potential. So you want to be matching the fire output from OG in terms of AoE potential. Yeah, they're really lacking on the overall chemistry. It is very scary, right? Because OG Mongols have managed to slow the pace of this game, right? And that's allowed them to come back into this. And I had a feeling that OG would have been able to do a lot more with the lead that they had, but quite simply, they're not being able to get that much down. Now they're going to try again with a shackle on towards his Bristleback. He's falling very low. The Bloodstone to be activated, but they're not going to allow him to heal up. 23 Savage, he wants to be going back in again. Has a Dragon Tail at the ready. Will be using it. The BKB to come out from the Dragon Knight, and that's going to be a clean kill on towards the Bristleback. Pangolier though, he activated the BKB. He no longer has it. Lina has to be getting out right now. Don't want to be getting caught. That is the main damage dealer. That is Bob. Yeah, the Basher would probably be a very good item on the Pangolier. This game around though, they could do it a bit differently. Mongols, they could be going for something like let's say the Hex up and the Refresher up for the Pangolier, the Scepter. Those items would do a lot. Oh no, Bob. Oh no, Bob. Will he get the TP out? Wait, what? Oh man. And in the high five as well, just to rub it into OG's face. That was yeah, I can't help but laugh with you two at that. I mean, a hero with 2 disables, you would imagine that you hold one of the disables just to make sure that you don't TP out, right? But he used the Hex and then instantly used the Shackle. I can't even say that's unlucky. I just say that's a mistake, honestly. Bob. Very nicely done by him now, but he needs to step up. He needs that Yasha in Kaya too, in my opinion. He just needs that straight up burst. Just amplify as much magic damage as you can. Take some of these heroes out. But it seems like Pangolier, okay. Yeah, I thought the Pangolier would be initiating inside, but Seb decided to let Seb decided that, you know, you don't have to roll all this way, bro. Not for me. I'll come to you. Yeah, you definitely call that one. I mean, the Laguna Blade just instant delete. I wonder if we'll get to a point where this Lina starts deleting the Dragon Knight too. If that happens, OG, they're going to be in a very troublesome situation. Shadow Shaman? What item was he getting? First Tormentor for Mongols. The previous Tormentor did go the way of OG. Looks like the Shadow Demon will be getting that one. And he's pretty close to his Blink Dagger. And one thing that I forgot to mention. Okay, I'll hold this thought as it seems like there's going to be a team fight brewing. It is the Bristleback to lead the fray. The Hex being used on him. The Shackle to come out as well, but a disruption to stop the Shackle. Dragon Tail 2. OG, they want to throw everything they have on towards this Bristleback. Is that going to be a good idea? Because the Bloodstone is popped, and now OG, they're taking a lot of damage, forced them back away. No spells to use right now. BKBs to come out as well. Seb, the first one to fall. The Rolling Thunder to hold everyone in place. Meanwhile, they deal with the Dragon. Not having found him just yet, will pop out his first life. The Pugna, the second one to fall. Oh no, 23 Savage, where do you go? Activating this BKB, will try to man up and fight with the onslaught coming in as well. Will be able to clean up 2 heroes. Will they catch anything more? With the Primal Beast falling, 23 Savage, is this really where you want to be? Against the Ghost Scepter, against the Ethereal Blade, the Dragon Slave. No, the Laguna is up as well, so you want to be careful. He's dead. He's dead. Nowhere to go. Oh no. Shadow Shaman? Shadow Shaman? Oh man. That is a true friend there. I know he didn't have the TP out, but he didn't even try to get out. He was like, if my team is dying, I'm going to die alongside them. And oh man. So OG, at least we know they still have the power of the flower, right? They still have that for themselves. And look at this, I mean, OG, despite of the fact they saw the disruption out, means that they should have known that Mongols were prepared for this one. But they chose to throw everything they had on to the Bristleback. He just healed right back up. He allowed, OG allowed the counter initiation to come out. And once that happened, the Pangolier, because of the Rolling Thunder towards that back line, was able to deal with the supports from Team OG. Meanwhile, the rest of Mongols kept the Dragon Knight extremely busy. Popping his first life, the BKB came out as well, and that meant they just had to get out, right? Just fall back a bit, wait for the BKB duration to expire. Morta solo killed that Primal Beast, and now this was too late. 23 Savage over here, he was as good as dead. I was hoping for a game 3-2. I was hoping to spend more time with you guys, but it seems like Mongols, they're in no mood to waste any time. They have their eyes set on the prize. They have everything at the ready. A full Lincoln Sphere up for that Bristleback. Mongols, 3,000 net worth. And they've planted themselves towards this top side. OG, do you really want to fight this again? The Dragon Knight! He went forward! I want to see this Dragon Knight. He's taking so much damage right now. Down to just about 800 HP without that armlet. Does have that BKB though. The Laguna Blade has been expended, but they found the Pugna. If they manage to take this Pugna out, that's a lot of sustain going away from OG. The Mortar Ultimate to pop out as well just in time. The Dragon Tail not going to be that much effective right now. The BKBs are still up for OG. The buyback to come out as well, as that is going to mean that OG want to try and return this, want to make something happen with this. The Blink Dragon Tail still going to miss. Too many Lincolns. A Shield Rune as well. Yeah, Massimo, I mean, I am seeing a lot of... Sir Massimo, sorry. I am seeing a lot of... a bit of a slacky play from OG, and it looks like there's going to be a lot more slack that they're going to display. A dieback on the Pugna. A dead Shaman. Oh no.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
Bob? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, 9. He's dead. From 5 to 3 to 2.
Dire's
Oh.
middle tower is under attack.
And now the high ground for the first time this game, it is being threatened. OG, I can't see the buybacks for you guys, so I don't know if Primal and Pugna have it or not. But surely because 23 Savage is on this top lane, that means that they don't have the buyback, or at least are not willing to expend it for this defense. As the glyph will be enough to force them out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And MongolZ will be taking down this bot side tower. Now the Roshan is also about to spawn.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, are Fearless, are OG cursed, or are Mongols blessed? Because they're playing a fantastic game of Dota right now, despite of the fact that they were down in the early game. By the way, they fed 2 kills before the game even started, and then in the early game they lacked that synergy, they lacked that combination effort. We saw Bob missing quite a lot of light strike arrays, but for the past, I would say 15 to 20 minutes, he hasn't missed a single one. It's been on point every single time. Of course, guys, if you are enjoying the casting, please make sure to hit that follow button. I would really appreciate it. Helps me to bring a lot of content your way. I also have a YouTube, guys, where I upload like fun analysis videos. If you guys want to check that out, I did a podcast with Zibe. We talked about the game from Zibe from Avulus. If you guys recognize them, they're a very up and coming team.
Dire are scanning.
A wraparound. OG. Is this one last effort? Or is this where they turn it? If they win a fight here, they can get Roshan. They can get the Aegis. They can potentially win the game, but the smoke break from Lina knows that there's something up. The Terrorblade illusions is being thrown out as well. Yeah, I saw that game between OG and Avulus. And Avulus actually stopped a lot of teams from qualifying. They're the king of winning in those qualifiers. I believe they've qualified to nearly every tier 1 tournament in the past 6 months. And that's a pretty different Avulus from when they started. So it's one of those teams that has had a meteoric rise. Not to mention their players, you know, if you've seen their interviews, they're all super nice. Stormstormer is one of the nicest people in the scene. So is Zibe. And so are the rest. So are the rest of Avulus. Not to say, like, you know, the rest aren't as nice. 10,000 net worth lead, and oh, OG
Middle tower is under
completely letting Roshan go. Dragon Knight is not in position. Not in position at all. The rest of OG are, but oh no, the Aegis, it is going to fall. Dragon Knight not in time right now. And OG, you need to be getting out. You do not want to be fighting into this Aegis. But will the Mongols allow it? Or will the Mongols stampede over OG? It seems like a Dragon Knight wants to be fighting. They will clean out the Shadow Demon though. And the Bristleback is going to run face first into the lineup of OG. Will be able to deal quite a lot of damage. The BKB will run out though, so he needs to be really careful. This time around, the Light Strike Array will miss. Dragon Tail not finding the catch just yet. Onslaught. Will it be enough to catch the Pangolier just at the brink of it? Will find the Pulverize too. And now the Pangolier in a lot of trouble, will end up dying. This Bristleback really needs to get out right now. Oh, a full scepter dropped from that Roshan. thank you for the follow, Pride Game Changer. I hope you're enjoying the cast. And if you tuned in just now, this is OG versus Team MongolZ. OG on the brink of dropping down to the lower brackets. MongolZ almost on. They're at the brink of that upper bracket final run. And thank you for the follow, Nixon.
Radiant are scanning.
Nixon Joseph, I believe. 12,000 net worth up for Team MongolZ right now. Of course, this is game number 2, so if OG loses, they're down. They're down to the lower bracket. If MongolZ win, this is going to be a major milestone in their road to what I hope is a journey to Tier 1 Dota. You're very welcome, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. I'm glad you're enjoying the cast. $11,000 net worth lead, 22 and 16, 42 minutes in. This is in contrast, right? And you guys wanted OG to put up a fight, and they have, right? They're still in this game. Sure, it's a 10,000 net worth lead, but it's a lot more skin in the game. It's a lot more firepower that they are able to dish out. This time around, they're not getting rolled over, right? They are still able to show up. Seb, a full Sanj and Yasha. And you know, if this game goes super late, this Terrorblade should be able to transition into a carry. And then you have two of the most potent carries in the game. And Bristleback isn't that hero that does super well in the very late game, right? So MongolZ are going to start falling off. The question is, will they be able to gain a significant enough advantage that when they start falling off, they can still have enough
Dire's top tower has
to
fallen.
close out this game? DJ will... Oh, 9. If he went forward, he might have been able to find that pulverize. JG though will find that TP out. Shadow Demon, the only casualty from that one, and that's still worth it if you're MongolZ. Oh man, rated? No, don't say that, man. They're still here, they're still playing, and I mean, perhaps I can be your only reason for watching Dota, you know? Watch me cast Dota. I wouldn't mind that. 9 though needs to be careful. It's slowed down a lot, but meanwhile, Savage, where are you? You're a bit isolated, my friend, in between the Bristleback and the Lina though, but on the side is going to be the Primal Beast engaging on towards Morta. He's down and out. The Bristleback needs to be careful. He's dealing a lot of damage, but the rest of MongolZ, they're kind of dissipating here. They need some way to reform. They need some way to group up as a team. The MongolZ have not been able to find anyone apart from the Bristleback just yet. Bob is now here. Will try and get the kill on towards Seb, but will they be able to? As there is a Dragon Knight on him. The Pangolier is at the ready as well. Oh no, Savage, he's going to fall over here. Will they be able to find the clean kill? The Dragon Slave to finish that one out. Two heroes down now, and I thought that was the perfect OG team fight. The perfect scenario for OG to team fight, right? MongolZ being so isolated from everyone, right? The Bristleback was isolated too. Look at this. Dragon Knight, sure, he was in a bad position, but towards the side over there, Morta was caught down. The Pangolier was caught down in the Serpent Wards. That was, you could have fought in that position. Unfortunately, the Dragon form, it ran out. And that meant you didn't have that range attack damage to perhaps be killing off this Shadow Demon in time, to perhaps be going in for the Lina in time, or to close out the kill on towards the Pangolier.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, that is a 23 Savage moment. And Bob has a few Savage moments of himself onto Seb. He's down and out now. The buyback to come out. OG. No. They're falling right now. Buybacks from the Shadow Shaman as well. The Dragon Knight, he's down right now. He doesn't have the buyback, and that means Mongols, they're going to push for one effort, one push to end it all, to proceed further into those upper brackets. But the fight back, 9 trying to make something happen, trying to pulverize his way to remain in this game. But a dieback on the Terrorblade, a dieback on the Shaman, a dieback on the Pugna, and it doesn't seem like OG are going to be able to stay in this one, as the only one left is the Dragon. But what can he do? Savage in with the blink, hexed up, bladed up, BKB to be activated, trying to do his very best to fight back, but the Dragon's breath is wearing off. The BKB has ran out, and they don't even care. They don't want the Savage, they want the throne, as Mongols will be able to secure their victory in this best of 3 against OG in a 2-0 fashion. The first game destroying them, dominating them, and in the second game a bit of I would say a bit of a close game, but in the end, from that mid game, they just completely had it from there, and they will be proceeding into those upper brackets, and OG will be dropping down. The first of the qualifying teams to drop down. Execution, on the other hand, did win 2-0 against the other side. If you take a look at some of the stats from this game, the amount of damage, look at this. Lee Bob and Bristleback played so well. 58,000 damage, 53,000 damage for the Lina. Just overall did extremely well, right? And look at the damage coming out from OG. Only 40,000 damage from Savage, right? That's not a lot considering the fact that you're the main damage dealer. You are the Dragon Knight, and your team, you know, Pugna doesn't have that much damage. Daze doesn't have that much damage. But quite simply, that was very well played, right? I don't want to say that OG, you know, they are a lot worse than, you know, their prime, but their prime was the best team in the world at that point, right? That's not really a bar that we can compare them to. But what I will say is that this series wasn't a reflection on how far OG have fallen. This series was a reflection on how far Mongols have come. I have very high hopes for this team. I think Mongols have the potential. They have this. They have the skills, and they have the synergy. They have the coordination. They have the, you know, the keep calm and carry on attitude amongst themselves, even when things aren't going that well, to be taking some of the other teams out there and perhaps making their way into tier 1 Dota. And I have to say, Show TI, he seems pretty happy for someone who's wearing an OG shirt. he doesn't seem like, okay, I got it. He was giving the bad juju. He was wearing the OG shirt to throw everyone off because he was in fact supporting the Mongols. But guys, I don't think they were supporting anyone. These guys are the costers. They are very professional, and they maintain neutrality most of the time, all of the time. In fact, the only times where that's hard is, you know, in in game number 1 where there's a 40,000 net worth lead. Bib Green, Bib Green. So Mongols won 2-0, right? OG did lose out on this. They lost the first game in what was a stomp. The second game, it was a very close game. I believe it went 50 minutes in, right? They had a good start, but towards that mid game, they started faltering, right? So they still have a chance, right? So for all of you OG fans out there, there's still a shot for OG to come back in those lower brackets, right? They can go through the lower brackets. There are comparatively a lot weaker teams in the lower brackets, right? A lot of teams that aren't that renowned, right? So OG should be having, I would say, easier battles in the lower brackets, right? But obviously, in a scenario where you can be one game away from elimination, it becomes pretty difficult. Talon is still guarding C, right? But now Talon could potentially have rivals in the C region, right? A lot of good C players, Southeast Asian Dota players out there. A lot of good Southeast Asian Dota teams out there. This is in contrast back when 2016, 2018, right? Back when DJ used to be a tier 1 player, where there was only one Southeast Asian team that was super good. Now there are a lot of teams that are super good. So that's a good thing. All right, sir. Massimo, I will, before you go, right, I'll just quickly show you the schedule for tomorrow's games, right? So let me just see over here so that you, if you want, you can tune in for tomorrow's game as well. And for all of you out there, please do hit that follow button. I will show everyone the when tomorrow's game is going to be so that they can tune in. It's going to be Interactive Philippines. And okay, so this is incorrect. It's going to be at 3 p.m. Singaporean time. Yeah, that's when tomorrow the game is going to be 3 p.m. Singaporean time. Basically, the same time that Execution and Ivory took place today, except it's going to happen tomorrow. So guys, that was me. That was Tultras. Thank you for the recent follow. I'm not sure who that was, but I really appreciate it. Drop it down in the comments so I'll give you a shout out. But for everyone else out there, I hope you guys had an amazing time. I had a lovely time with all of you lovely folk. I hope you join me tomorrow as we're going to be going through some more Dota action. We're going to be seeing some Philippine Dota players. We're going to be seeing some Chinese Dota players, some Malaysian Dota players, right? So that's going to be particularly exciting for me. For now though, I was your host Tultras. You can follow my Twitter, there's more tournaments I'm going to be doing. You can follow my YouTube as well, or you can just follow my Twitch. Either way, I plan on bringing you content. Thank you for the follow, Altas. I hope to see you tomorrow as well. But for now, guys, that was it. I'm Tultras, and I will be signing out. Thank you, folks. Stay lovely.